All right. Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 10:29 p.m. and today's date is the 10th of March 2025. How are you doing this beautiful evening? All right, spring is about to be on us. And pollen, when it's springtime, pollen, I'm definitely allergic to pollen. But yeah, I'm just putting that out there. And I hope the pollen isn't as bad as it usually is every year this year in 2025. Hopefully. Okay. Hopefully. I like to skip from winter to summer because spring and the pollens, I don't, yeah, I'm definitely allergic to it. But with that being said, I hope you've been having a wonderful and productive day so far and a productive year so far. And a lot has been going on, and I'm here to give you the update. Okay, I'm here to give you the update. I've been working all day, but I got to be here tonight. All right, Elon Musk exposes why Democrat don't want him to expose. Democrat don't want Elon. Democrat don't want Elon to expose their waste and fraud, so they want him turned off. They want to shut him down. They don't want him to expose all the fraud and the scam in the government. And that is why the Department of Government Efficiency was established. That is the sole reason why Trump, consulted Elon Musk to start up the government efficiency, the Department of Government Efficiency. But seem like the Democrat don't like it because he seems to be in everybody's business. All agencies are getting to get audited. So it's like, people don't like it because it's like, oh, wait, they're going to see every mistake we made in the books. All right. And they're going to see our fraud and our scams and everything we try to sweep under the rug. Elon is going to bring it out with his bunch of 20 years old. With his bunch of 20 years old. All right, here we go. So, Kudlow did an interview on Elon. So let's listen to that.
All right, we welcome to the show and a special interview with Mr. Elon Musk, who, of course, is famed Trump advisor, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, chair of X Corp. Elon, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I want to begin, but among other things, everyone's attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced.
Yes.
It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system.
Of course.
With IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Oh, well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
Well, did he say Ukraine area? They're trying to attack him from Ukraine? Is that what it's saying?
But there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Whoa.
Well, so that's your suspicion.
Yo, Zelensky, you ain't gonna get nothing because if you, man, Zelensky, hold on. And this may just be like propaganda. However, he said he's smart. He's pretty smart. He has smart people, smart engineers, cybersecurity engineers, who knows this stuff. And they're saying that the IP address is being traced to Ukraine. So Ukrainians, hackers, are trying to shut down X. Allegedly. Because this is what Elon Musk said. He said the IP address was indicating that the cyber terrorists or cyber attackers, they're using the IP address from Ukraine. And that might just be, another way to kind of like sway them and to think that they're in Ukraine. They may not be in Ukraine. However, this man is smart and he definitely knows where the IP address is.
Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back. Let me see if I get this right. They're setting fire to various Tesla charging stations near Boston. Shots were fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Various nonviolent...
Shots fired, not a metaphor.
Shots fired, yes. Downtown New York, marching against the Tesla showroom. Your stock is way down. You've been criticized left and right.
But look on the bright side.
I mean, why are you doing this?
Always
That's
look on
really what people
always look
wanna
on the
know.
bright side of life.
Yes, I'm an optimist.
Yeah. But besides that,
Yes, I mean,
how's your day?
what motivates you to do this?
Where's the opera?
Yo, Elon is down to earth, man. I mean, this is what you get when you're like the richest human being alive. You just, because there's nothing. Everybody's just, I mean, it's the facts. Everybody's basically beneath you. I mean, you might sound like it's bad, well, but man, everybody's beneath, bro, compared to this dog right here. And they're trying to, like, mess him up, spoil his business, hack him down, cyber attacks and all. God has given him the grace to be where he's at right now. And you know what the Bible says? Who God has blessed, no man can curse. And that's what is happening with him.
Good.
It's tough sledding.
Yeah, it is tough sledding. But I think we're doing the right thing here. There's been a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. When you're part of the government, you saw a lot of that, and there's been, if you look at the Inspector General reports and the Government Accountability Office, there have been many audits that have pointed out that there's a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. In fact, there was a report issued by the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, last year. So during the Biden administration, which estimated the federal government fraud to be $500 billion. So just to be clear, that's not a Trump administration thing, that's a Biden administration thing. So what we're trying to do is get that number down to a much smaller figure, save money for the American taxpayer, stop money being spent on things that I think very few taxpayers would agree make sense. Transgender animal surgeries, or why are we spending money? Why are American tax dollars being spent on this? The president's gone through a long list of absurd things. Why are there 20 million people who are definitely dead marked as alive in the Social Security database? Why were hundreds of millions of dollars of Small Business Administration loans were given out to people aged 11 and under, according to the Social Security? I mean, like, these must be some very enterprising 8-year-olds,
And some pretty strong 150-year-olds.
Yes, exactly. As the president said, we have an enormous number of people marked as alive who are 160. He didn't know the country was that healthy.
Yes. So demystify this. How do you do it? Okay. How big is your team?
Yeah.
Where'd you recruit most of them from? And what is it that makes you choose, the Treasury or Social Security or USAID? How does it work? Let the public know, please.
Right. Well, we just basically follow the money. We look at the president's executive orders, and we also just follow the money. So we started looking closely at USAID because they were completely violating the president's executive orders to suspend foreign aid, what's called foreign aid, but in our view is a lot of corruption. So what we saw there is just a tremendous amount of money being sent to non-governmental organizations. But actually, this, by the way, is, I think, one of the biggest sources of fraud in the world, is government-funded non-governmental organizations. This is a gigantic fraud loophole where the government can give money to an NGO, and then there are no controls over that NGO. So they've given billions of dollars, in fact, we estimate tens of billions of dollars, to NGOs that are essentially scams. And
By the way,
trying to put a stop to that. So
I don't want to interrupt, but Secretary of State Rubio has just come out, I think he tweeted today, he has accepted over 80% of your recommendations to shut down in USAID.
Right.
So your review and analysis was spot on.
Yes. So I think when people criticize, say, what DOGE is doing, we say, well, which part specifically? Because we put all of the actions of the DOGE team on the doge.gov website and on the DOGE handle on X. So we post the receipts. So it's like this action has been taken, this action has been taken. So when we get criticism, we say like, of what? Which line do you disagree with? Like which cost saving do you disagree with? And then people usually can't think of any.
Exactly.
You know, so
it's transparent line by line.
It's transparent line by line,
which is quite remarkable.
Right, and so, and then with respect to the Treasury, for example, the two main recommendations we suggested, which have now been implemented, was that any payments going out of the Treasury, especially the Treasury's main payment computer, which is called PAM, things like a payments account manager or something like that, but it's like almost $5 trillion a year, so about $1 billion an hour, that the payments be coded with the congressional appropriation, and that there be an explanation for the payment. Very basic stuff. And just doing that, we estimate will save $100 billion a year.
Oh. You're not really, let me see if I get this right, particularly with Social Security, you're not really changing policy.
No, yes.
You're auditing the fiscal mechanisms to make sure that, you know, from point A gets to point B, and that's where it's supposed to get to. In some cases, it doesn't get there.
Everybody want to say something about Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the wealthiest human being alive financially. He's doing this for free. He's lost $102 billion in the past 2 months. In the past 2 months, he's lost hundreds of billions of dollars. I get it. Okay. I get it. He's still the richest human being alive. However, people should be like, you know what? This man doesn't need this BS, but he's doing it for Americans. Can we just appreciate this guy? He could be living his life just chilling outside of all this stuff, like Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg or whoever. But he decided to do this. He decided to do this, knowing fully well Tesla's share is going to come down. The stock is all the way down right now. Tesla has never been this low before. Why? Because everybody's like, well, we don't like what Elon Musk is doing. And if you're operating at this level, people are going to hate you. People are going to love you. It is what it is. But Elon is here now. He's dipped his feet into this water. Okay. His foot is already in the water. He would rather swim or drown. I don't think he's going to drown. He's smart. He's been through a lot. I don't think he's going to drown. This is not going to drown Elon, but this is going to do a lot. But he's the richest man alive, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be hard to stop him.
There, or some cases it may go over there, but that's it's not a policy exercise. You're not changing laws. You're just doing what any business would do in a profit and loss audit.
I think we're really what we're adding here is caring and competence, and there's a massive amount of fraud of basically people submitting Social Security numbers for Social Security benefits, unemployment, small business administration loans, and medical, where those are fake Social Security numbers, or they've stolen somebody else's Social Security number, and we're trying to put a stop to all of that. And that's the number which is estimated to be on the order of 10% of federal expenditures, which is, you know, half a trillion dollars.
It's a huge number.
Yeah.
You're working with the agency heads. You're working with the cabinet secretaries.
Yes.
I saw Howard Lutnick was on TV yesterday saying you were partnering with them. Is that fair?
Yeah. What we do is in consultation with the cabinet secretaries and with their departments. So we're really trying to be sort of, we'll refer to ourselves as tech support. You know, we're really helping the department get a handle on things, because what actually happens here is you've got this sort of vast federal bureaucracy, and then you've got a very thin layer on top of the politically appointed officials, and what tends to happen is that the bureaucracy, frankly, is in control, and they largely ignore the politically appointed people.
Why should the bureaucracy?
I'm sure you must have seen that.
I've lived with this twice. I worked for Reagan many years ago, and I worked for Trump in the first term.
Yeah.
It's like a permanent bureaucracy. I might add, it's a permanently liberal bureaucracy.
Yes, very much so.
And it doesn't. It's not a bureaucracy that necessarily enforces or implements presidential policy.
They don't. In fact, they try their best to thwart presidential policy. So the president is the.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is $4.99. I just seen a comment. Saw a comment in the section. He said, Elon is getting death threat. Of course he is. He's been getting this for a long time. It's not just because he's working with Trump. Now it's more, but I mean, to be the richest human being alive, you know how many death threats you must have gotten to send rockets to space, to Mars. Do you know how many death threats you must have gotten from other powerful people who haven't been able to accomplish what you have in a short amount of time? Because people forget that Elon literally just started in the early 2000s. A lot of people have started this game in the 80s, 70s, some people 90s, you know, like Amazon. It started in the 90s, 1994, 1995. Elon hasn't even started. He wasn't, nobody cared about Elon Musk in the 90s. Matter of fact, in the early 2000s, nobody spoke about Elon Musk. Now, he's the greatest innovator of our time. Think about it. In a very short amount of time, he's been able to accomplish what he has. So a lot of people are going to be against him for sure, but he's smart. He can take it.
Elected representative of the people. And if the president cannot get things implemented as a reflection of the will of the people, then what we have is not a democracy, we have a bureaucracy. We have rule of the bureau, not rule of the people. And that's what we're trying to defeat here is the bureaucracy and have rule of the people. You know, and as you mentioned, the bureaucracy is overwhelmingly Democrat. So Washington, D.C. was 92.5%, I believe, voted for Kamala. So this is overwhelmingly a deep blue situation.
How do you pick your next targeted agency or department?
Well, we're trying to act broadly across all departments, so it's not just one department at a time. Are you in all of them now? All of them? Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. Oh.
We're trying to make the government more efficient across the board. So yeah.
How big's your team?
We're a little over 100 at this point.
100.
Get to 200.
You're going to get to 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're recruiting from where? More or less.
Basically, it's software people, information security software people, and finance. You know, it's basically, yeah, finance and technology. I mean, frankly, I can't believe I'm here doing this. It's kind of bizarre, but I kind of think that we've got this enormous federal budget deficit, and it's a $2 trillion deficit. It keeps growing. Our interest payments are higher than our Defense Department budget. That's I think was the real wake-up call for me, was looking at seeing that the interest payments to national debt exceeded the Defense Department budget. And that was only growing over time, which meant if we didn't do something about this, then there won't be any money for anything. We'll just be servicing debt.
And you know how to read an income statement, and you know how to read a balance sheet. You've had some business experience. I'm kidding, but
yeah,
you know about this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
So it's a call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean,
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually. So,
Oh my goodness. I hope y'all don't break this boy. I hope y'all don't break this man right here, yo. Cause he's looking like, man, I'm just trying to do something nice for the people. You know, I'm losing money. I've lost over $100 billion in the past 2 months. And people say he just got a contract for $400 billion. Elon, he just got a contract for $4 billion. He's losing money, yo. Rocket just went to SHIT like probably 3 days ago. I mean, his rocket just went to shit basically in 2 days. Past 2 days, he blew up. I mean, BS happens, but people were rejoicing. People were happy that the rocket exploded. People are just wild, especially Democrats. I can't even make this up.
our savings at this point exceed $4 billion a day. Mm-hmm. So it's very significant.
You think you'll wind up getting to $1 trillion of
Yeah.
savings?
I mean, unless we're stopped, we will get to $1 trillion of savings.
And that stuff can be translated. I mean, we've been talking, we had Russell Vogt, the OMB director, on earlier, through very rescission authority, impoundment authority. But I believe you said it earlier, it's an audit that will not gather dust on shelves. This is actually going to wind up with real savings, bend the spending baseline down.
Yeah. There have been many good audits, like I said, done by inspector generals and by government accountability office, and they just haven't been implemented. Nothing's been done. I think the GAO identified that there were 17 million dead people in the Social Security database several years ago. It's now 20 million, but nobody did anything about it. I think you can sort of look at this as a complaint minimization optimization. So basically, if the government sends money out to, whether it's wasteful or fraudulent, nobody complains if they receive money, but they do complain if they don't receive money. And the people that complain the loudest are the ones receiving the fraudulent money.
And you're on it.
Yeah. The goal
I'm
here
on
is
it.
Let's not have America go bankrupt with waste and fraud. So that's what I'm here for, and we're making good progress.
Yes, you are.
All I can say is Republicans better win in 2028 and 2032 because Elon would have a very difficult time if Democrats gets in 2028 or 2032. He's going to be facing a lot of charges. But hopefully this economy is saved or salvaged. However, bring back greatness, and Republicans better win the midterms in 2026 next year and win the executive seats in 2028 and 2032. Or else Elon is going to go through a lot of bullshit.
You're going to go another year?
Yeah, I think so.
Final report, middle of next year?
Well, we're just getting things done as opposed to writing a report. Like I say, reports don't mean anything. You got to actually take action.
Yes.
The waste report in entitlement spending, which is which is most of the federal spending is entitlements. That's like the big one to eliminate, because that's the sort of $500 billion, maybe $700 billion a year. That is also a mechanism by which the Democrats attract and retain illegal immigrants by essentially paying them to come here, and then turning them into voters.
Yes.
So this is why the Democrats are so upset about the situation, because they're losing. If we turn off this gigantic money magnet for illegal immigrants, then they will leave, and they'll lose voters.
But you have President's support. He said so again yesterday. He completely supports your operation.
Yeah. Well, thanks. But that's super. Without the president's support, we couldn't make any progress here. Yeah, I mean, where you'll see the biggest outcry is from the Democrats who are, they don't want the waste and fraud to be turned off because it is a gigantic magnet to attract illegal immigrants and have them stay in the country.
The truth is, the government, the United States, NASA, we need Elon Musk, okay? Everybody knows that. Everybody agrees to that. If he wasn't that important, they would have found a way to, find something against him. But now, because they know he's very tangible, he's a gift to the United States, to the world, he's trying to do a lot of good. And there's just nothing to fight over. This is where they have their dilemma with Elon. He's so hard to pick a fight with. He's so hard to pick a fight with. He's so useful. He's a useful human being. You cannot fight with him. You can say he's not in his place. He should not be auditing the government. But you would never hear anybody say, well, we need to stop Elon. You mean stop him from getting the astronaut from space, from building cars that is actually helping the environment, the society, the atmosphere, the world, the earth? He has very important role, and he's just smart because he's in industries that you need. He's literally a revolutionary. He has revolutionized space travel, the way we drive cars, social media. He's done a lot. Now he's into government efficiency. This is why people have something to say about Elon. But really, no consequences because he's so useful.
And I mean, you see some of the crazy stuff, like where money from FEMA, which is FEMA is an agency that's meant to take care of Americans in distress. Mm-hmm. And a bunch of their money was being sent to pay for luxury hotels in New York for illegal immigrants. Mm-hmm. And that was happening even after the president was elected, even after he signed an executive order saying that needs to stop. So we actually made sure that money did stop going, because it's outrageous that American taxpayer money is spent on luxury hotels for illegals. But you have to say,
I get it. People are going to say, well, social media existed before Elon Musk. Of course, yes. Okay. Electric cars existed before Elon Musk. Name 3 electric cars. Matter of fact, name 2 electric cars that you know. I bet you the first name that's going to come out of your mouth is Tesla. Why? He worked non-stop. Okay? He made Tesla what it is today. Him and his team. You can argue back and forth. Tesla is not the only electric car in the market. Yes, but name 3 electric car brand in the market that is dominating like Tesla. You cannot. If you name 3 right now, Tesla would be on your top 3 list for electric cars. So how is he not an important person? How is he not a revolutionary? How is he not an innovator? He just came. Tesla just started. When did Tesla just started selling cars? Tesla started selling cars in 2000s on like General Motors, Honda, Toyota, all these cars. They've been existing for years, for decades. This guy just came in less than 20 years? Tesla's become what it is today. Come on, man. He's so valuable that you guys don't have anything to say about him. You can say bad thing about Elon, and the next day, you have no choice than to praise him because he's so useful, very hardworking. There's nothing you can say. I mean, he's just who he is.
Why was that being done? It was because the Democrats are trying to import voters, basically.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah. And that's also why there's no voter ID needed.
People say he's running Twitter into the ground or X into the ground. Yet a lot of people that I've spoken with said they would rather be on X than Facebook. They would rather be on X than Instagram, especially people who are intellectual people who like to read. If you like to read, you definitely are on X. But if you don't like to read, definitely you are on, Instagram or whatever. If you like to read, you are on X or YouTube, because people who like to learn or read, they're on X or YouTube. And you're saying he's running X to the ground? Fake news. Okay. Everything he's touched has turned into gold. You can argue with anybody, but his numbers speak for himself.
In fact, in California and New York State, you're not allowed to show.
So I asked the chat. I said, chat, tell me 3 electric cars. Somebody says Prius. Toyota Prius. Bro.
Voter ID.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that seem insane?
Insane.
Yeah.
I say that as a New Yorker. It's insane.
Yeah, insane.
And it violates the entire Constitution and the principles behind it.
Yes.
Producers are yelling at me to get out. I don't want to end this interview because it's too much fun.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you one thing? 20 seconds. Nothing to do with Doge. Can you rescue the astronauts?
Yes, we're bringing them back in a few weeks.
There's not near enough attention being paid to this. You're going to get them back?
We're going to get them back.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your...
Man, y'all say what you want, but this man right here, God bless him.
Get him back?
We're going to get him back.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your service, Elon Musk. We appreciate it very much.
Appreciate
it. Take care.
Thank you.
Man, look, I fuck with you, my dude. I fuck with you. I don't care what they're talking about you, bro. I fuck with you.
So in the latest efforts to slash government waste, the Department of Veterans Affairs is looking to cut thousands of jobs, and Democrats do not like it.
They're going to gut the Department of Veterans.
Everybody in the chat and their mama keeps talking about electric cars as being existing. They've been in existence for years, for decades, for generations. Name 2 electric cars that was existing that you are so eager to say electric cars has been existing. Name 2 that are actually functioning today. 2. You can never. Because your first top 2, you would name Tesla. Just give this man his flowers, y'all. All right, Bernie, here we go.
Affairs jeopardizing the health and well-being of millions of veterans.
I go to the VA myself, so I see every day the waiting lists, the long lines to get care, how long it takes to get an appointment. All of that is going to get worse.
Cutting the VA and some of the proposals I've seen are going to hurt service to veterans. So let's agree that that's a bad idea, bipartisan. It's a bad idea to do that.
Really? But the administration says this move is necessary to get better, to get more efficient, and to get better treatment for the veterans. Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins joins us now, who also still serving in the reserves. Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about the Democrats who says it's wrong to cut back at the VA?
Well, let's take off what Ms. Logan just said. Let's all agree on something. That for the past 10 years, the GAO has reported that the VA...
Thank you. I just saw a comment in the section. It says Tesla was the beginning of household electric vehicles. You can argue, okay? You can go back and forth and say, well, there are so many electric cars. But just like McDonald's, okay? Everybody wants to talk about fast food. You can talk about Chick-fil-A, Wendy's, Chipotle, or whatever. But McDonald's is like, the household name. It's the same thing with Tesla. You could talk about other Chinese, Japanese, Germany cars that are electric cars. But the household name for electric cars worldwide is Tesla, homie.
VA healthcare has been at a high risk. In other words, they're high risk and on the high risk list for not only the possibility of fraud, waste, and abuse, but also in patient quality, patient care. This has been going on for 10 years. It's interesting to me that they're looking at wait times. These are things that have preceded me coming in. I've been here 4 weeks, but it's interesting that there's no solutions being proposed. President Trump brought generational change to D.C. and he's saying let's look at everything. So what we're looking at is if our system is on a high risk list, if we've had issues, and all that the government has decided to do lately is put money or people at something, then maybe we need to ask the better question: is are we using our resources wisely and making sure that our department is taking care of the veteran, which is our only responsibility?
So if the 80,000 number that has come out, is that number already done? Have you already decided who to let go?
No, that is a goal that was put out. President Trump and OPM has said, let's look at a reduction in force across government. And that is a goal. That is our target. That's what we're going to begin to look at. And please, before Democrats or anybody else start on this path, this is going to be a deliberative process that's going to take some time, that's going to include career VA employees, it's going to include senior executives, it's going to include all across, even bringing in people if need be, to take a look at, are we being efficient? Brian, I can't get over the fact that for 10 years, the VA, and especially in our hospital, is listed on the GAO.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just checked some updates today. The best-selling electric vehicle, which is EV, in the world, in the United States. So, I'll read it again one more time. The best-selling electric vehicle in the world and in the United States is, guess what? It's not your Toyota Prius. It's not your, Hyundai or whatever. It is Tesla Model Y. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the highest, best-selling electric vehicle in the world and in the United States. All right? Tesla Model Y. So please put some respect on Elon Musk and appreciate what he's trying to do for the United States. He's a legend.
High risk list, but yet we have people in Congress now yelling, don't do anything. Well, let me just say that what they're saying is when they don't want to do anything, they're saying keep it the same. They're saying keep this on a high risk list, keep us in an area in which we're not making improvements in veterans care. And I'm not going to stand for that. We're going to actually make changes that actually help our veterans and put us in a position to better be efficient in what we have.
So the cuts have not been made yet, but you think you could make the VA better by leaning it out, making people change maybe job descriptions and becoming more efficient. Will you use DOGE in that process?
They're always, look, we have VA employees that are working with our DOGE liaison, especially looking at contracts and also looking at our organizational structure. This has not been looked at in a long time. A mentor of mine, Senator Johnny Isakson, who was the head of the VA committee in the Senate for a long time, made a comment almost about 8 years ago. He said that one of the biggest problems he was seeing was the VA was not money in resources, it was actually organizational structure. So I think it's really interesting for me to take a look at an organization that's grown rapidly, but yet still has issues and still has problems taking care of our veterans. We should not have a veteran have to call a senator or a congressman to get the help they need. That's a failure on our part, and we're not doing things the same way anymore. We're going to make sure we're putting the money and resources toward our veterans and getting the help they need.
So here's what President Trump said about Elon and DOGE yesterday and the Democratic attacks that have followed. Watch.
The Democrats say that Elon Musk and DOGE are overstepping their bounds. You're right. What Elon Musk and DOGE has been able to uncover is unbelievable. Half of us did not even realize.
And stop there. Because look, stop there. You just said, what he's done is unbelievable. Now, you could then add some, but what about he's found hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fake contracts. That's a big thing. Now, he's done a great job. And he's paying a price for it.
You agree?
I think, yes. I think we'll do. Let me give you two figures. The Democrats have talked about how the cuts have occurred in the probation employee layoffs. These things are hurting. That's less than 1/2% of our workforce that have been laid off. I don't think that's actually, and especially in non-front-facing personnel. These were non-essential personnel, and which, by the way, if they happen to be caught up and they wasn't, there's an exemption that they could come back to work. Their supervisors chose not to use that exemption process in many of these cases, but also in our contracts, which their team has helped us find. We've only investigated 2% of our contracts at the VA, and yet found over 98 million when we look at this as we go forward. Going forward, 980 million. I'm sorry, apologize. It was a little bit more. $980 million, almost $1 billion that we're cutting now to put back into patient care and working with our benefits. And we have over almost 1.8 billion total of contracts that are just canceled going forward. That's only 2%, Brian. And when you look at our process going forward, that's the kind of things that we need to make sure the VA is efficient.
And 27% of your workforce are veterans. So that I know you're going to take special care to make sure if you have to let somebody go, they've already served the country. It's got to be for the right reason, right?
Yeah, and that's the process as we go forward. Everything's going to be very deliberative going forward, making sure that we're doing what we need to do to make the VA helpful. And
so before you write that Veterans Affairs being torn up, just put an email out to Doug Collins. He'll let you know exactly what's going on. The 80,000 is a goal. It's not been done. He'll see what happens. Thanks so much, Mr. Secretary, and congratulations.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 11:09 p.m. in the Eastern Time. I am in Georgia, and today's date is the 10th of March, 2025. How are you guys doing? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships, show your boy some love. With that being said, a lot of people are saying Elon is a great man, he's a great businessman, but he should not control what people can do and cannot do, which he's not. Basically, he's not. I mean, tell me, what has he done to control you or your loved ones? He's not controlling anybody. He's just trying to make sure the government is efficient, spending money, unnecessary money on scam stuff where people are 300 years old, 250 years old. Come on. Everybody agrees, okay? Everybody agrees that there is fraud and scam and wasteful spending in the government. Everybody agrees to that. But when Elon tries to make sure the government is efficient, y'all have issues with it because it's Elon Musk or what? So would you prefer someone like Bernie Sanders audit the government? Or would you prefer someone like AOC audit the government? I would prefer a billionaire, established, successful business human being to do the audits. Because how can you audit when you are not successful? You have to be successful to be able to make sure things like this get done at the highest level.
You're working with the agency heads. You're working with the cabinet secretaries. Yes. I saw Howard Lutnick was on TV yesterday saying you were partnering with them. Is that fair?
Yeah, what we do is in consultation with the cabinet secretaries and with their departments. So we're really trying to be we'll refer to ourselves as tech support. Mm-hmm. We're really helping the department get a handle on things, because what actually happens here is you've got this sort of vast federal bureaucracy, and then you've got a very thin layer on top of the politically appointed officials. And what tends to happen is that the bureaucracy, frankly, is in control. And they largely ignore the politically appointed people.
Why should the bureaucracy?
I'm sure you must have seen that.
I've lived with this twice. I worked for Reagan many years ago, and I worked for Trump in the first term. Yeah. It's like a permanent bureaucracy. I might add, it's a permanently liberal bureaucracy.
Yes, very much so.
And it's not a bureaucracy that necessarily enforces or implements presidential policy.
They don't. In fact, they try their best to thwart presidential policy. So the president is the elected representative of the people. And if the president cannot get things implemented as a reflection of the will of the people, then what we have is not a democracy, we have a bureaucracy. We have rule of the bureau, not rule of the people. And that's what we're trying to defeat here is the bureaucracy and have rule of the people. As you mentioned, the bureaucracy is overwhelmingly Democrat. So Washington, D.C. was 92.5%, I believe, voted for Kamala. So this is overwhelmingly a deep blue situation.
How do you pick your next targeted agency or department?
Well, we're trying to act broadly across all departments, so it's not just one department at a time. But
are you in all of them now? All of them?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes. Oh.
We're trying to make the government more efficient across the board. So yeah.
How big's your team?
We're a little over 100 at this point.
100.
Get to 200.
You're going to get to 200.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're recruiting from where? More or less.
Basically, it's software people, information security software people, and finance. It's basically, yeah, finance and technology. I mean, frankly, I can't believe I'm here doing this. It's kind of bizarre, but I kind of think that we've got this enormous federal budget deficit, and it's a $2 trillion deficit. It keeps growing. Our interest payments are higher than our Defense Department budget. That's I think was the real wake-up call for me, was looking at seeing that the interest payments on national debt exceeded the Defense Department budget. And that was only growing over time, which meant if we didn't do something about this, then there won't be any money for anything. We'll just be servicing debt.
And you know how to read an income statement, and you know how to read a balance sheet. You've had some business experience. I'm kidding, but
yeah,
you know about this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, really, I just don't want America to go bankrupt.
So it's a call to action. You're hearing a call to action.
Yeah.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty.
First of all, you can never, ever be the wealthiest human being in the world without knowing anything about finances. It's absolutely impossible. He is the richest human being alive. He knows about finances. You have to know about finances to be able to multiply your money.
Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud, and so far we're making good progress, actually. So our savings at this point exceed $4 billion a day.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, they don't like you, bro. Elon, they don't like you. They crucified Jesus Christ, Elon. Elon, don't forget, they crucified their Savior, the Lord, King of Kings. They crucified Jesus, ladies and gentlemen. So Elon, you ain't gotta worry about all that. They crucified Jesus. Guess what they said? The Pharisees, they said Jesus was blaspheming. He was talking like he was God. He was talking like he had the authority. Exactly. Same thing with this folks right here. Elon doesn't have the authority. Same thing the Pharisees said about Jesus. Who are you? How dare you come in here and say, be healed? How dare you tell the blind to see? How dare you tell the deaf to hear on a Sunday? How dare you? Elon, how dare you save the people? Elon, how dare you save America from bankruptcy? Elon.
Look, man, we're screwed. I mean, we don't know. No, Democrats don't know what to do. This is a nightmare. The Democratic Party is going through a massive set of internal crises. You have a party that
Democrats don't know what to do. And it's facts. They don't know what to do. Who is supposed to be a leader in the Democrat Party? Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, I think, is the only person that can actually stand. AOC, I don't think so. Jasmine Crockett is definitely going to do a lot of damage because she, like I said, she sings this song and she walks the walk like the Democrat like. And people are going to say, well, don't compare, Jesus to Elon Musk, or don't compare Jesus to Trump. Listen, guys, the Bible that we believe in. Okay, I don't know if you believe in the Bible, but I believe in the Bible. The Bible says, "Ye are gods." Okay, you and I, if you believe, I don't know if you believe or not, but ye are gods, meaning we are all gods. And Jesus said, "Greater work shall you do." Greater work shall you do. Meaning, if you believe in Jesus, you would do greater work than Jesus did. How dare you compare Elon Musk to Jesus? When Jesus say, "Greater work shall ye do," and then you're here saying, "How dare you compare?" God has given you the right to brag. God has given you the right to be successful, to do great work. How dare you compare?
Got trapped.
Van Jones dropping a truth nuke on how screwed dopey Democrats are as the party swears up a storm to stop the orange menace. Right now, Democrats are struggling to land on a coherent policy or even a message to oppose President Trump, unless it's nicely printed on a paddle. And now they think cursing like drunken sailors will somehow make the American people like them again.
That ain't true.
It's total absolute. Somebody slap me and wake me the up.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk and his hackers don't know
to think that Elon Musk or Donald Trump give a about our public schools.
Trump. I don't swear in public very well, but we have to Trump.
But Democrats should focus less on the profanities and more on persuasion. But even that skill's lacking. Hakeem Jeffries somehow thinks his party has the Republicans running scared.
We have the Republicans on the run on three core issues. They are on the run in terms of the economy, in terms of healthcare, particularly as it relates to Medicaid. And we have them on the run with respect to the GOP tax scam. We have them on the run. And we're going to keep our foot on the gas pedal.
No, you're not. No, you're not, Jeffries. No, you're not. Now, for the health care, which is, Medicaid, Medicare, or whatever, there's a lot of work the GOP has to do on that. And hopefully they get the work done. Now, whatever Hakeem Jeffries is talking about the economy, this man has only been there for 40 days. Give him some time to work his magic. He has to work his magic. He has to trade with all of these guys, China, Canada, Mexico. You have to do deals with all of these countries to make your economy a better economy. So give him some time, okay? It's not going to be a walk in the park. Biden has done a lot, okay? He did a lot for 4 years while he was president. So this guy, the new president, he's been there for 40 days. Give him some time, okay? Let him do his deals. Let him do what he's supposed to do, and let's see what happens. I truly believe he's the right person for this economy. If we want some sort of relief, he is the right person. But let's see.
And President Trump's delighted as he sits back and watches his opponents implode.
There's something wrong with him. It's just something. I can't even believe it. The Democrats were...
Because if Biden was so great, why did they have to drop him off? If Biden was like... If the Democrat was like so great, why? Why did you guys drop Biden? Why did you drop Biden? If Biden was like the answer to the problems that we have, why did y'all drop Biden and give us Kamala Harris? Knowing fully well that Kamala Harris is basically unstable. Her word salad is out of this world. Probably a lot of people are saying she drinks. I'm not saying she drinks, but people are saying she drinks and she talks like that, which is bad.
There's something wrong with him. It's just something. I can't even believe it. The Democrats were having their little signs up, their little tiny signs. And I said, it's unbelievable. They don't get it. They don't get it now. And I think they're going to end up being a minor party if they keep going like this, because people don't want to hear about these stupid ideas that they have.
All right, Greg, as someone who uses profanity quite often.
Not often, actually. I use
often at work.
Yes, I'll give you that.
What is the strategy with the Democrats dropping the F-bomb like this?
Well, they're struggling for an identity, much like you, Jesse. And they think that shock value might work. But I want to start with Hakeem Jeffries, because he's saying that Republicans are running scared when actually it's a victory lap. And I'm watching him. This guy is no Nancy Pelosi.
The signs were so funny. And a lot of people were like, look, he's gonna flop, he's gonna be whatever. Trump hardly flops. Everybody flops, okay? Everybody has a bad day or whatever. Everybody has a bad day or whatever, okay? Things are going to happen in your life. However, it's like, this man hasn't flopped. He hasn't flopped, I'll tell you that much. He has not flopped. Biden, the first 40 days, he was already falling off stairs, looking for his way out of the stage, falling off bikes and stuff. At least what we have now is a man who is a leader who is trying to make sure you have fair trade deals, safe borders, okay? Why don't you like safe borders? Why? Tell me why you don't like safe borders. Tell me why you like high taxes. Just let me know. I just like know. I'll like know why you like high taxes, or why you like open borders, or why you like to support wars. I like to know.
Pelosi. He's Nancy Grace. He's presiding over a crime scene, the death of his party. I don't think they have anybody right now in the party that can express 1 ounce of honesty. There's a huge hole in this Democrat Party, and it can only be filled by one real person. Sadly, that person is here sitting at this table, Harold Ford Jr. And if you don't come forward, your party's done. Anyway, I was watching Van Jones, and I think he opened the window of a future, and that is laughing.
Yes.
That is like the first time you've actually seen somebody laugh on CNN, in ages. And maybe having fun at the expense of your losing can take you in the right direction. With the swearing thing, everybody does it, but doing it all at once is another piece of evidence that they cannot think for themselves. And you notice, there is no organic outrage or protests over these dramatic reductions in immigration. There's none. Nobody's on the street. Nobody's on the street about trans, and nobody's on the street about the death of DEI. So what does it tell you? They never cared.
They never cared, for sure. Who cared about DEI? People will talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's like, I don't understand why that company would end the initiative of DEI. Oh, why is McDonald's dropping DEI? Why is Walmart dropping DEI? Why is Target dropping DEI or whatever? Nobody's going to come on the street and say, I hear people like, Shopton was like, you guys don't go to Walmart, don't go to this company's grocery stores that are saying no to DEI. You would go to Walmart, because where are you going to go? You don't have a farm. Man, you better go to Walmart and spend your DEI money. You go to Walmart and spend your money. There's no option. You can argue back and forth. Oh, McDonald's dropped their DEI. You're still gonna buy some Big Mac and fries. You can't help yourself. You can't help yourself.
This was never real. All of this was fake. That means this outrage isn't real either. That is why they're doing it all at once. It's just odd how easily all of these bad things have been fixed, and there's no pushback. So when you see the swearing and the singing and the crying, you realize it's about as real as Dylan Mulvaney's Knockers. It's all theater. It's almost like drag. How drag is a performance that isn't based on authenticity. It's based on extroverted, campy drama. It's like, we know they're not women. They're acting like, and it's the same thing with the Democrats. No one believes they're actually engaged in the real world. It's just surface level theatrics. Generally, the media would, be compliant and salute it, but they don't exist anymore.
Have you ever been to a drag show, Dana?
I have not, but I look forward to it. Are we going?
The five trip.
The field trip. One of the things about the cursing is that I was thinking, I don't have children, but maybe this happened with you guys and your children. When they learn a curse word and then they try to use it for shock value and to get your attention. And I feel like the Democratic Party is like I don't know whether they're saying to them, we like this, do it more often, or that because the parents are not reacting, they just keep doing it until they try to get some reaction.
Jesse Jr. says booty now. He thinks that's really funny.
Where do you learn that from?
His sisters.
Have you been?
Not me.
The older sister.
The older sister.
I do think that the Van Jones segment that we watched, that might be the first time I've seen any Democrats laugh since November. And that would be a healthy thing to do. Like, you have to at least be able to say, wow, we really stink. And he was willing to do that. But there is somebody on the Democratic side, it's not at this table, who is getting crowds, and he's not getting a lot of attention for it, but I'm going to tell you about it. Bernie Sanders, probably the most authentic Democrat in leadership right now, maybe except for John Fetterman. But Bernie Sanders is who he is, and you can like him or dislike him. He's been going out and doing these huge rallies. He's getting crowds of I know it's not a Trump crowd, but it's 4,000 people in Kenosha on a Friday night. He had another 2,600 people away just the next morning, just a few hours away in Altoona, Wisconsin. Then he went to Detroit. He got 9,000 people in suburban Detroit. AOC is going to join him on the road. And the Democratic Party, there might be life in the old gal yet. And maybe Bernie Sanders at 83 years old is going to figure out a way to pull it out of them.
Did you see who he had there, that trans folk singer that said God has a huge...
Yes, I did. I did not
I don't
see
think
that.
that's going to fly.
Yeah.
It might not fly.
At the Doge,
I
the
don't
folk
even
singer.
think Bernie Sanders like that.
Yes.
Getting out on the road's good. Harold, do you think that's a good tactic for your party?
Hope everybody had a good weekend. And it's good to be back. I don't know. Bernie Sanders is the future of the Democratic Party. I think it's great that he's out, and I think Dana's point is
he's not
probably
in
a little
DC
tongue in
holding
cheek
a
that
tiny microphone.
Right, that he's at least doing the things you have to do. I think there's a lot of frustration amongst Dems. I think that's why you hear the cursing. I hope it ceases. I hope whenever anyone in my party wants to curse or to really exclaim themselves in profoundly emotional ways, to think about substance. This weekend, or even the last few days, I thought President Trump gave us a good piece of advice when he told us to stop holding up signs and to get more serious. President Trump said something on the last 24 hours that I find remarkable that we hadn't touched on yet. He was asked if he thought that the country might be going into a recession, and he said, who knows? And it made me think if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, if she'd been elected, or even Barack Obama had answered a question like that, I would rightly criticize him. And I think some around the table, if not all of us, would say, how can the leader of the strongest, richest, most important nation in the world say something like that? Now, we've seen the stock market do what it did today. It's down 2,000 points a Dow is just in the month of March. That's not an indicator of everything, but it certainly is a daily scorecard. And the question I have is for Democrats, why not begin to ask these questions? Why not begin to fashion answers to how everyday Americans who put the president over the finish line, President Trump, that is in November, who may be wondering why prices on the things that they need the most at home are going up, or why it's much harder to invest today than it was before. I think raising challenges is part of it. You then have to develop answers. So every time you think about cursing and every time you think about singing, please don't. Think about ways in which you can offer serious answers. When the only way you offer serious answers is to begin to think about the questions on the minds of voters. I agree with you, Greg. There's so many cultural issues that we just lost track of and frankly lost a sense of common sense about. The president had that right. But I can tell you, most of the American people working class who went to vote for President Trump don't want to see what's happening in our economy happening today, especially if they don't know what the end game is. If it's tariffs we want, if it's paying down the debt we want, if it's just a tax cut we want, the president should give us that. And Democrats, if you don't ask these tough questions, the president doesn't have to answer them. So stop singing and stop cursing.
Let's go to Judge Jeanine, who's never uttered a swear word in her entire life.
Of course not. Of course not.
Don't tempt her.
You could go online and you can see I've never said boo. Look, to me, the Democrats are like a bunch of potty-mouthed kids. I think they believe that if they swear that they're real and they're relatable and that the American people say they're just like us. But they're not real and they're not relatable because they say everything in unison. They copy each other. The curse words are the same. And, you know, there was a gentleman who said at the end there, and I don't know who it was, he said, Donald Trump and Elon Musk don't give it an SHIT about our public schools. And I couldn't help but think, you think Joe Biden did? How many billions did we put in the public schools and our kids were not allowed to go back to school because there was no metric that would allow the kids to go back to school, according to the Democrats and the unions. But let's just talk about the fact that the Democrats have tried everything. he was a Russian puppet, and then he was a Nazi, and then he was a threat to democracy. And then, Elon Trump is taking over. And then it was, Trump is he's not happy. He's going to get rid of Elon Musk. And they go on and on. They make this stuff up. Then it's F both of them. And then it's like they're full of SHIT. And they go on from there. I mean, is that really what your party's about? They just can't go. I'm spelling it. They just can't go there. But I think what's interesting about this segment is that Shapiro and Tim Walz have now decided the way for the Democrat Party to succeed is to go on podcasts. What kind of podcast? Sports podcasts. I don't know anybody who gives a darn about what Shapiro thinks or Tim Walz or Andy Bashir about a sports team. Plus, why would they do that? Think about it. You're going to automatically, tee off half of the sports team, the other half the opponents of the team. So they're trying to copy Trump, and they don't know what to do, and they're so frustrated. They're like a bunch of kids who can't articulate how they feel, which reminds me of when my grandson was learning to talk, and I'm sure Jesse Jr. too. They would get very frustrated, and they would cry, and they would scream, and then you have to say to them, say with your words, what do you mean?
Yeah, and Gigi's stomping her feet now.
Yeah, and you have to say with words, and then they learn. Democrats haven't learned.
All right. Thank you very much, Judge Janine. Up next, anti-Musk wackos are
very important words. Anti-Musk wackos. Here we go.
Now taking out their rage on Tesla dealerships.
What are you doing? Taking out your rage on Tesla dealerships. Spoil your credit.
Stop pinching yourselves, Democrats. This nightmare's real.
For real.
Look, man, we're screwed. I mean, we don't know. No, Democrats don't know what to do. This is a nightmare. Listen, the Democratic Party is going through.
Democrats don't know what to do. Of course they don't. Man and women sports. Bunch of shit.
Let me go back to what happened in the Oval Office the other day. I call it a smackdown of Zelensky. It looked really rough, but then again, at the end of the day, you may have your deal back. So was that all the art of the deal? Or what specifically ticked you off?
Well, he was able to, it was like taking candy from a baby, what he did. He's a smart guy, and he's a tough guy. And he took money out of this country under Biden like candy from a baby. It was so easy with that same attitude. And I just don't think he's grateful. We gave him, in my opinion, $350 billion. Europe is in for $100 billion. We gave him $350 billion, and he's talking about the fact that they have fought, and there's a bravery because somebody has to use the weapons. But without those weapons, don't forget, I was the one that gave him the javelins that was able to knock down all the tanks. Obama gave nothing. Look, if I were president, that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had Russia going into Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the whole situation with Hamas and October 7th. It would have never happened because Iran was broke. They had no money. They weren't giving it to Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. You would have never had the worst evacuation anyone's ever seen, which is Afghanistan, which was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had inflation.
And I got to read this out loud. I don't know if Chris Hogan is right here, right now. Chris, I don't know if you're here. Chris said, I didn't read this earlier, but I got to read this. Chris Hogan said, government has been auditing the public for decades. Decades, ladies and gentlemen. And now that we get a chance to audit them, y'all want to cry about it. Now, tell me what Chris Hogan said is wrong. That the government has been auditing the people, the public, for years, for decades. And now that the people get a chance to audit them, y'all want to cry about it? Well, Chris, I agree with you.
We had record-setting inflation under Biden. It was a killer. It's one of the reasons I won the election.
But you may get it again with these tariffs, right? I mean, one CEO said to me, my input costs have already started to go up. I'm going to have to raise prices.
In the meantime, guess what? Interest rates are down for the last 3-4 days at good levels. I mean, you know, when you add interest rates, you're talking about it's gone down. I've been saying, let's get interest rates down. You know, nobody ever gets rich when the interest rates are high because people can't borrow money. Interest rates are going down. You know what else is going down? What have I been trying to get down?
Oil.
Energy. Energy's going down. I'd love to see energy go down. You know, energy is really what caused it. They screwed up my energy. I had the most energy, and they screwed it up. Then they went back to it. It was going through the roof. They went back to some drilling, but it was gone. It was hopeless. It was lost. But energy's gone down, and interest rates have gone up over the last week. That's a big thing. I love that.
Do you expect Zelensky to come back? Do you expect to do that rare earth minerals deal?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll happen.
Are you sure there's the content that you think there is there? Because some people were questioning if, in fact, there is the, you know, the titanium and the lithium, all those the rare earth minerals. You think it is rich with those things?
Well, I do. I mean, I've had it checked. By the best. It's very valuable. But with all that being said, Biden should have never put up $350 billion. He should have equalized with Europe. All he had to do is say, you got to stay even with us. They're in for 100. We're in for 350. How does that? And we have an ocean in between us, right? We're not in the danger that they are. They are in much greater danger, if you call it danger. He should have never done that. You know the other thing with Europe that bothers me? They've given Russia more money, by far, for buying their oil than they put into Ukraine. So they're paying all this money to Russia, and we're in there for $350 billion. Biden should have never done that.
I spoke with the president of Poland the other day. President Duda has great respect for you.
Yeah.
And I said to him, you know, what if the U.S. walks away and stays away? Here's what he said. Without the United States, do you believe that Europe is capable of offering meaningful security to Ukraine?
I would like to believe it, but experience to date shows that this has not been the case. The entire history so far of the last 3 years of the war shows that without American support, Ukraine will not survive.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, you know, we have some weaknesses with Russia. You know, it takes two. Look, it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened. So now we're stuck with this mess. Think of what he stuck me with. Open borders where we have 21 million people came into our country, many of whom should not be here. Many are criminals. Many are criminals. Many murderers, drug dealers, drug lords. We got that. We have the whole mess with Israel on October 7th. We have all of the ramifications from the worst and dumbest withdrawal in history.
Both Ukraine and Israel were both attacked by aggressors. Is America treating both countries similarly? Are they treating the aggressors similarly?
I think so. Look, they're very
different. Are you favoring one over the other?
They're very different places, okay? Very, very different. You're talking about different levels of power. You're talking about different parts of the world. The Middle East has been under attack forever. It's been, you look, when wasn't it under attack? And then we came along and did the Abraham Accords, which was unheard of.
Have you been as tough on Russia as you've been on Hamas? I mean, what do you want to say to critics?
Well, I've been much tougher because I haven't done to Hamas. That's been Israel that has to do to Hamas. But Israel does tell me what's going on. I think I've been very tough to Russia. Tougher than anybody's ever been to Russia, if you think about it. First of all, we had the Russia hoax, which was a very bad thing, could have led to a war. And that was started by Schiff and all these lowlifes.
I know.
They're total lowlifes. And it was a fake deal, the 51 intelligence agencies. It was, I took all their passes away. They can't participate anymore. These guys know it came from Hunter Biden's laptop from hell, which came from his bathroom and or his bedroom, okay? Not a pretty sight. But this was a Hunter Biden thing. They said it was from Russia. No, I've been very tough. Remember this, I'm the one that stopped the Russian pipeline, Nord Stream 2. I stopped it. Biden came in and he approved it. I'm the one that put sanctions on Russia. I'm the one that gave the javelins against Russia. No, I've been very tough, but I got along well with Putin. And because I got along well, they say, he's so... Nobody's ever been... Putin would be the first to say it. Nobody's been tougher than Trump. And Biden hasn't been tough. Biden's done nothing. He was a weak, pathetic man.
So is there anything else you want to say to the critics who say you chose a side in the Ukraine-Russia story, and that's Russia? Because, you called Zelensky a dictator and you had the fight.
Nobody has been tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. Nobody. And they know that. They know that. Just look at the things I just told you. The pipeline, I stopped it. The biggest job they've ever done was the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. They were building it happily. They were going to supply Germany and everybody else all over Europe. And what did I do? I stopped it. The biggest economic job they've ever had, I stopped it. Biden got in. On the second day, he approved it. He said, let it go forward. It was totally stopped. Just that one thing alone tells you everything. No, I was tough. At the same time, I got along with Putin. I got along with Kim Jong-un. I got along with President Xi. But nobody was tougher, like on China, than I was.
And then there are reports now that Russia says it will help the United States negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. What kind of a deal with Iran do you want to do? You said they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Well, there are two ways Iran can be handled, militarily or you make a deal. I would prefer to make a deal because I'm not looking to hurt Iran. They're great people. I know so many Iranians from this country.
Well, not the leadership.
No, not the leadership.
The people.
They're very evil people. No, but the people of Iran are great people. But they had a tough regime. And they'd meet and they'd be shot in the streets. I mean, it was a tough deal. But I would rather negotiate a deal. I'm not sure that everybody agrees with me, but we can make a deal that would be just as good as if you won militarily. But the time is happening now. The time is coming up. Something's going to happen one way or the other. I hope that Iran, and I've written them a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini,
Yes.
the leader? When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to negotiate?
I didn't say you better. I said,
Okay.
I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
You said you wanted to do the Golden Dome. You've got a lot of ideas for America. But then earlier you said you wanted to cut $1 trillion in defense spending, right?
I didn't say I was.
You did not get. So I was like, which is it? Are you cutting defense spending, or are you building us up?
I never said defense spending.
Okay, because I think you were talking about denuclearization,
Correct.
and that's where the cutting of the spending came in.
I never said cut. No, it's not in these days. I'd love to cut defense spending, but not now. Because you have China, you have Russia, you have a lot of problems out there. No.
In fact,
no, what I have said is we spend a lot of money on nuclear missiles, nuclear weapons. The level of destruction is beyond anything you can even imagine. It's just bad that everybody has to spend all this money on something that if it's used, it's probably the end of the world.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that.
You know, when I listen to these climate lunatics, and they talk about global warming, and they say the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch in the next 300 years, and and nobody ever talks about nuclear weapons or some of the other things, but the nuclear weapons in particular right now. And they talk about the climate, and they talk about the dangers of the climate, but they don't talk about the dangers of a nuclear weapon, which could happen tomorrow. They say in 300 years, I watched Biden for years say the existential threat. He loved the term existential threat. Our greatest existential threat is from the climate. And I said, no. The greatest is sitting in shelves in various countries called nuclear weapons that are big.
This man, yo. Is that no? The greatest existential threat is sitting in shelves in various countries.
Monsters that can blow your heads off for miles and miles and miles. And they never mention that.
He's right. He's absolutely right. I mean, the world is going to self-destruct in my mind However, nuclear, it can happen anytime because that's man-made. Okay, it's definitely man-made. All right, here we go. More news for your ears.
To some very disturbing news. If you watch this program, you know how pathetic.
When people say boycott Tesla, what do you mean? Do you even drive a Tesla? Okay, let's assume you drive a Tesla and you don't like Elon Musk. Buy another car, another EV car. People are so soft these days. Swifties, okay? Soft. I don't like what it's doing. I'm gonna go protest. I'm gonna donate my Tesla car. Who cares, bro? Somebody forced you to buy a Tesla car. Now you bought a Tesla car. I don't like Elon Musk.
Unhinged the Democratic Party has become. But now some on the left are actually turning to outright violence. Others are now openly advocating to assassinate Elon Musk, who has become a light.
Man, this is why the Democrat lost in 2024. These types of conversation. Why would you say to openly say to call for the assassination of Elon Musk? That's very, very bad. That's not even good for the society, but okay. Dams.
Lightning rod to these radicals, and really for two simple reasons. One, he's working with and he supported President Trump. Number two, he has been exposing and rooting out waste, fraud, abuse, and I would argue when we get to the bottom of it, a lot of corruption within our federal government and what the D.C. swamp has been doing with your hard-earned money. Now, because of these reasons, Democrats, they no longer care that he's going to rescue, and I pray that this goes well, astronauts, lost in space and kind of abandoned from the International Space Station, or helping those that were in need after Hurricane Helene with Starlink terminals that he donated. After the wildfires in California, again, he stepped up, he donated again. And they don't seem to care that he's working to restore vision to the blind and movement to those who are paralyzed and with spinal cord injuries with something called Neuralink, nor do they seem to care. The environmentally obsessive left Democrats, they don't even care that Elon Musk created by far the most successful electric vehicle company in the entire world. In fact, threats and acts of terror against Tesla are now becoming common, and it's getting scary. In Colorado, one Tesla dealership has been attacked multiple times since January. At least one individual is now accused of trying to set the dealership on fire, hurling Molotov cocktails at cars, spray painting the word Nazi on the building. And this past Friday, there was yet another attempt to burn the dealership to the ground. Meanwhile, in the state of Oregon, someone opened fire on a Tesla dealership there, firing at least 7 rounds, damaging cars, breaking windows. And take a look at your screen. Just yesterday in Seattle, 4 Cybertrucks, you can see it right there, were torched near Boston. More than 6 Tesla charging stations. They were set ablaze by the lunatic left. And there have been reported acts of vandalism and violence against Tesla now all over the country. And sadly, hate to ever report this about anybody. I don't really care what your politics are. Now Elon Musk himself is facing constant real death threats, including one woman on TikTok openly calling for his assassination while bragging she's not paid taxes in 7 years. Other lunatics openly hold signs at protests calling for Elon's murder. Just today, X was temporarily shut down because of a major cyber attack. According to Musk himself, quote, there was, still is, a massive cyber attack against X. We get attacked every day, but this was done with a whole lot of resources, either a large coordinated group and or a country is involved. Now, contrary to the incredibly dumb talking points from Democrats, Elon Musk is leading Doge, and he's losing money in the process. He's not doing this to make money. He's losing it. And you could see now, all these attacks have led to the demonization of him, and it's hurting his business. His important work for the Trump administration is bad for business, and Tesla stock is down. His companies and products are under constant attack, all because he is daring to expose waste, fraud, abuse, and auditing the federal government. And by the way, you know what? I hate what they're doing to this guy. I'm going to go out. A friend of mine has a Tesla. I've driven it. I loved it. It's a great car. And I just frankly want to support someone who has given up an awful lot to help our president, help our country, save us a ton of money, and get us on the right track. And by the way, according to Kelley Blue Book and others, Tesla is the single most American-made car in the world. In other words, more American part, over 80% of the car is American-made. Those are American jobs. All these lefties attacking the Tesla, they're going to lose high-paying career jobs for people. And as I said last week, the Democratic Party is completely soulless in spite of Hakeem Jeffries. We've got him on the run. We'll get to that later in the program. Now, we witnessed this last week when Democrats, they wouldn't stand for mothers that lost their children, or a 12-year-old young man that survived cancer, or the wife of a law enforcement officer that was killed, or a young man that lost his father and is now going to West Point. They couldn't bother to stand and clap for any of them. And whether or not you like Elon Musk, he's right about, simple truths and a simple fact. The United States, our country, is spending itself into oblivion. We will not survive as a country if we keep spending like this. We keep robbing from our children and grandchildren. And this is your money. And the average American makes $66,000 a year, and they're spending and wasting hundreds of billions of your dollars. Keep in mind, the federal pre-COVID budget was $4.5 trillion. It is now over $6 trillion after Biden's wild 4-year spending spree. Now, think about that. The pandemic's long been over. Spending levels never went down under Joe and Kamala. Now, that brings us to a Hannity investigation into what Joe and Kamala were doing with your money. Let's start with Stacey Abrams. She apparently was granted a $2 billion contract to buy energy-efficient appliances for low-income Americans. Take a look.
I led a program called Vitalizing DeSoto. We worked in a tiny town in South Georgia to demonstrate that by replacing energy inefficient appliances with efficient appliances, you can lower your cost. And based on that program, a coalition of organizations, famous organizations, came together and said to the EPA, if we can do this here, we can do this for millions more Americans. Let us invest the money of America in lowering the cost for Americans. And the EPA said, okay, great, go for it.
Now, sadly, that is only the tip of the iceberg. For example, Biden's $1 trillion American Rescue Plan spent almost no money on COVID recovery, instead cheated, and created this giant slush fund for state and local governments, including billions for California and New York and other deep blue states. Billions went to housing illegal immigrants that they allowed unvetted into the country. New libraries, $2 billion was sent to non-existent country level governments. $400 million went to renovate state parks and trails in Michigan. Joe spent a whopping $15 million on a sports complex in New Jersey. Nearly $1 million to build luxury apartments in Connecticut. $738 million went out to cover 500,000 convicted prisoners, including the Boston Marathon bomber. And get this, there were even $1,400 stimulus checks sent to Japanese citizens that were living in Japan. And that's not all. According to a study for the Center for Renewing America, more than $1.1 trillion was directed to programs infused with diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, on top of all the USAID money that went to DEI and the Green New Deal and transgenderism and wokeism. I mean, this is madness. We could spend all night talking about trillions of wasted taxpayer dollars, your money, that Joe and Kamala burned through in the worst imaginable ways, causing inflation, high taxes, economic suffering, and yet Democrats are violently angry with Elon Musk for trying to identify this waste and abuse to save our country from what would be economic doom down the line. They're, of course, insane. And by the way, they're not just angry at Musk. Anyone connected with Donald Trump faces an angry, left-wing, radicalized mob. And, of course, this includes the vice president and even his young family. Take a look at this.
Ma'am, look at my 3-year-old daughter now. And I told you, I talked to you for 5 minutes. And now, I did not agree to have my 3-year-old to have people run around and yell at her. And I did talk to you, and I had said, if I talk to you for a few minutes, will you leave my 3-year-old daughter alone? And you said yes. So I'd like you guys to respect that. Okay. Thank you.
Now, the vice president responded on X. He wrote, quote, "Today, while walking my 3-year-old daughter, a group of protesters followed us around and shouted. As my daughter grew increasingly anxious and scared, I decided to speak with the protesters in the hopes that I could trade a few minutes of conversation for them leaving my toddler alone. Nearly all of them agreed. It was mostly a respectful conversation. But if you're chasing a 3-year-old kid as part of a political protest, you know, you're messed up." Vance is absolutely right. But sadly, Democrats, they continue to spiral. But according to Hakeem Jeffries, Republicans are on the run. All right, so the movement to make America healthy again.
Shout out to Hannity. He interviewed RFK Jr. And of course, RFK is always talking about make America healthy again.
Is underway, led by Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. earlier over the weekend. Today he met with leaders of America's largest food companies, which might have been a little bit awkward considering Secretary Kennedy is encouraging them, has been outspoken in terms of highly processed foods and ingredients that are allowed in them. Some companies are already taking steps on their own to move towards healthier options. Now, if you haven't been to Steak and Shake, you got to go. I had 2 double burgers, and they were phenomenal. Their fries were phenomenal. Now, they recently announced that they will be frying their French fries in beef tallow rather than seed oils. So I caught up with the secretary at one of the Florida locations of Steak and Shake for a wide-ranging interview. Let's play part 1. Thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate it. Before you got here, I already had a burger, so I'm having another. I'm breaking my diet. I am pretty much full on keto. I eat basically meat and eggs. I made an exception today. I had it on a bun, and I really enjoyed it actually, and it was really good. Explain the difference between seed oil and tallow, and why this is a big deal. Why they said we are going to RFK Steak and Shake.
Processed foods and seed oil is one of the components of processed foods. And that is, all the science indicates that ultra-processed foods are what are the principal culprit in this extraordinary explosion, the epidemic we have of chronic disease. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. We have 66% of adults are diabetic or pre-diabetic, 38% of teens. When you and I were kids, Sean, the average pediatrician would see 1 case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Diabetes and other mitochondrial diseases are now costing America more than our military budget. We spend 2 to 3 times on healthcare what other countries do, and we have the worst outcomes. And we have the best medical system in the world. We are poisoning ourselves, and it's coming from principally these ultra processed foods. And what we're trying to do, and this President Trump wants us to have radical transparency and to incentivize companies like this one to switch to traditional ingredients like beef tallow.
Oh, by the way, here you go.
Here's just take the red basket. I'll take those trades back for you. Okay?
Oh, okay. Is that?
This is you, Sean.
Oh, this is me. Okay, thank you.
And Secretary, this is for you. All right, gentlemen. Enjoy.
Thank you. You didn't pick up my Coke, did you?
Get your Coke. I got you, buddy.
Miss Small with the little ice. Okay. But I'm not going to drink it all because he's going to yell at me. I'm only kidding.
And Steak and Shake just switched out, and people are raving about these French fries. You taste them.
They're
I
amazing.
taste them.
They really are. I'm not. This is not.
When I was a kid and I travel in Europe, Europe is great. Always had great food. The French fries were always a disappointment because we had the best French fries here. They had pommes frites over there, and they just didn't taste right. Today, the best French fries in the world are in Europe. I order them every time I go to Belgium or France or any place else. And the French fries here just don't taste right. And you taste these, it's a completely different experience, and the customers are raving about it. Other companies, Steak and Shake has been great. We're very grateful for them for RFKing the French fries. They turned me into a verb. But also Popeyes.
By the way, a plastic straw. Thank you. Thank God. I can't stand those paper straws. I hate them.
You hate the sea turtles, right? But Popeyes, Outback, Sweet Greens, Buffalo Wild
Wings.
Yeah, they've all made the switch, or they're in the transition of making the switch. We want to do everything that we can to incentivize these companies to be transparent, to switch over from ultra-processed food, and to be part of this movement to make America healthy again.
As Health and Human Services Secretary, and there is great paranoia and fear. You're going to force people. You're going to take things away from people. You're going to force companies to do what, this Steak and Shake is freely decided to do. That's not the case.
Oh, I mean, I have a libertarian outlook. People should be able to make their own choices. If you want to eat a donut or seed oils, you should be able to. You should be able to exercise informed choice. You should know what that product is, what's in your food, and what the health impacts are. And that's all we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're going to incentivize we're going to incentivize companies to be transparent. And we're going to inform Americans about what's making them sick. Nobody wants to be sick.
I don't want to be sick. Why beef tallow, seed oil, but then there are other healthy oils. Like, for example, avocado oil is considered healthy, or olive oil.
Or butter.
Butter, straight
olive oil, right.
But my daughter, who's like you, she went into my house a couple of years ago, and she wiped out the Smart Balance, wiped out the margarine, wiped out any seed oil.
Good for her.
And she cleaned out my whole pantry, and she bought me the things that she said, Daddy, this is much better because I like to cook.
And she wants you to live for a long time.
I want to live for a long time.
Me too.
That's why I watch my weight. I watch what I eat. I try to take care of myself. Here are the numbers that really scare me, though. And 66% of adults, 38% of teens, and we'll put this up on the screen, they have prediabetes.
I didn't order that.
He did not order that. We'll just put it looks great. I'm sure one of our guys. Would anyone like a free shake? Anyone? We got to be somebody in here. But I want to go back.
We can just
you want? Okay, 80% of American adults, 50% of teens are overweight and obese. We have an obesity epidemic in this country. 77%, according to the Pentagon, Americans do not qualify for the military because of their health. 40% of our teenagers struggle with anxiety now and depression.
There are studies coming out of Stanford and Harvard that show a lot of mental illness, including anxiety and depression, are related to food. And that changing your diet, food is medicine. By changing your diet, you can lose some of those diagnoses. And this, Sean, is a uniquely American problem. This is not happening like it is here elsewhere in the world. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. As you pointed out, it's now close to 80% of adults, 50% of children. But in Japan, it's still 3%.
Men in
they
Japan,
don't eat this.
Correct me if I'm wrong, don't they live on average 10 years longer than men here?
Yeah, and this generation of our kids is the first generation in 200 years that is going to have a shorter lifespan than their parents.
Scary.
We are letting down these kids, and there's a moral issue here, and we need to start grappling with it because it's a moral issue, it's a financial issue. The healthcare costs are going to sink us. And the only way that we're going to solve it is by changing what we eat.
So somebody was saying, when is Trump going to save this economy? It's been 40 days. What do you expect? He's not Jesus Christ. Okay, just relax. He's going to make it happen. But he's been here for 40 days. All right. 40 days plus or whatever. Just relax, give him time to make his deals, but just relax, man. Y'all just making it seem like he's supposed to just do it on day one. And of course, the Biden administration made it very hard for him. I'm not giving excuses. I'm not saying, Biden, whatever. I don't care about Biden right now. Okay. Trump is the commander in chief. He is the president of the United States. So all of this is his responsibility. So he has to take, he has to be accountable for it. And sadly, he inherited something bad, but he has to turn it around and he has to do it really fast. Okay, really, really fast. He's done the border. Of course, the border isn't what it used to be 30, 40 days ago. Okay, so we can take that out of the equation. But largely, the economy is still suffering. I'm not even going to cap. The economy is still suffering. And everybody's just talking about tariff. The trade war is wild. Okay, Canada is definitely retaliating against the United States. China is retaliating against Canada. Mexico is, still in the safe zone with the United States. But listen to this.
With so much uncertainty coming from President Trump, each day brings new tariff threats. Now, President Trump is threatening tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's pointing his finger at dairy and lumber, shifting timelines, different excuses, chaos and confusion. It's hurting workers, it's hurting businesses, it's hurting investments, and it's hurting families on both sides of the border. It needs to end. That's why I've been crystal clear. Until these tariffs are off the table, until the threat of tariffs is gone for good, Ontario will not relent. We will not back down. Pausing some tariffs, making last-minute exemptions, it won't cut it. We need to end the chaos once and for all. We need to sit down, work together, and land a fair deal. A deal that gives businesses the confidence to invest. A deal that gives workers the security they need and deserve. Until then, Ontario will keep up the fight. We will apply maximum pressure to maximize our leverage. That's why today we're moving forward with a 25% surcharge on electricity exports. For the 1.5 million American homes and businesses that Ontario powers, homes and businesses in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. This surcharge will cost families and businesses in these states up to $400,000 each and every single day. On an average, this will add around $100 per month to the bills of hardworking Americans. Let me be clear, I will not hesitate to increase this charge. If necessary, if the United States escalates, I will not hesitate to shut the electricity off completely. Believe me when I say I do not want to do this. I feel terrible for the American people because it's not the American people who started this trade war. It's one person who's responsible. That's President Trump. I'd rather be working together. I want to sell the U.S. more energy, more electricity, more critical minerals. I want to make Canada and the United States the richest, most successful, safest, most secure two countries on the planet. But as Premier, my number one job is to protect the people of Ontario and in hand protect the people of Canada. I will do whatever it takes. I will fight like I've never fought before to protect Ontario. Friends, none of this makes sense. Costly tariffs against your closest friends and allies do not make sense. The U.S. markets have lost trillions in value. Companies are second-guessing investments into the American economy. American workers' jobs are at risk as we speak right now. Cost of hardworking American families will only go up. It doesn't have to be this way. We are stronger when we work together. I hope we can get back to working together, creating jobs, growing our economies, lowering costs for families in both countries. We don't get there by easing up. We will remain strong. We will be relentless. We will do whatever it takes to protect Ontario.
In addition to these new retaliatory tariffs from China, Canada's tariffs on the U.S. are still in place. Last week, it put a 25% levy on things like beer, fruit and vegetables, shoes, cosmetics, and more. And today, Ontario starts charging a 25% surcharge on electricity to 3 U.S. states, Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. The tariff war and opposition to President Trump has actually unified Canadians. Listen to these remarks from Mark Carney, who is expected to be Canada's next prime minister. He was just elected to head the Liberal Party yesterday, soon potentially to be sworn in as PM.
The Canadian government has rightly retaliated and is rightly retaliating with our own tariffs that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here in Canada. And my government will keep our tariffs on until the Americans show us respect.
Let's discuss with Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, which is the province that started to impose that surcharge on 1.5 million homes and businesses in the United States. He also ordered all U.S. alcohol to be removed from Ontario shelves. Premier, thank you so much for sharing part of the afternoon with us. What do you hope to achieve with this surcharge? What needs to happen for you to remove it?
Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on, Boris. And I start off every interview with telling Americans that Canadians love Americans. I love Americans. It's one person that's caused this problem, and that's President Trump. As he is putting tariffs on us, even if he says he's putting it on hold, there's still 60% of goods that are crossing the borders that will be tariffed, and it's hurting both economies. It's hurting the American economy. It's hurting the Canadian economy. Uncertainty is what people don't like hearing in general life, not to mention the markets are tumbling, and investors from around the world are looking twice at America and Canada to invest in. There's no reason for a recession. I call it the self-made Donald Trump recession. He ran on a mandate to lower prices, to make sure we didn't have inflation, to create more jobs, and it's backfired. So let's sit down at the table and let's start working on a new USMCA deal. Even though President Trump said it was the greatest deal he's ever made, nothing's changed, so I guess it's not the greatest deal now.
His argument would be that he's trying to remake the American economy, to produce more goods that are currently imported into the U.S. here at home. With these electricity surcharges, you say that the move is designed to protect your province. The administration, if they see it as an escalation and they reciprocate with tariffs on lumber, steel, and dairy, ultimately, doesn't that hurt your constituents?
No, we're looking at negotiating through strength. If he cuts off the lumber or puts a tariff, do you know whose costs are going up? It's the American people that want to buy a home. They're going to pay more for their home, or steel that they need, or aluminum that is only 16% of aluminum's manufactured in the U.S. They rely on over 60% aluminum to come down there for their goods. High-grade nickel coming out of Ontario. That 50% of the high-grade nickel for your military, aerospace, and manufacturing comes from Ontario. And the list keeps going on and on and on, not to mention the 4.3 million barrels of crude oil that we ship down every single day. So I believe in building an AMCAN fortress. Let's make sure that we focus on having the two greatest countries in the world, the most prosperous, the richest, the safest. The problem's not Canada, it's China right now. And he has to keep an eye on China.
I do want to ask you about the question of fairness, and specifically on one claim, because I've heard it from Trump and a number of officials in his administration, most recently Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He argues that Canada has a 255% tariff on dairy imports. The administration has cited that over and over again. Is that number accurate? Do you think it's fair for American dairy farmers?
Well, what I'd like to do is sit down and discuss these issues with them at a USMCA table. What I will tell you this, if we take the 4.3 million barrels a day that we ship down there to keep your economy going off the balance sheet, the U.S. has a $56 billion surplus, a trade surplus with Canada. I'm okay with that. That's fine. things were going fine. Everything was moving forward. Market was going up a little bit. Everyone was optimistic. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he wants to attack his closest neighbor and ally. And his number I call their number one customer. You don't attack your number one customer and expect the results that he thought were going to happen. Protectionism does not work, especially between Canada and the U.S. Maybe you should take a page out of Ronald Reagan's book.
Premier, I do want to ask you about Mark Carney. He is in line to become the next prime minister. We saw Justin Trudeau's relationship with Trump evolve and then ultimately degrade. How do you think Mark Carney is going to approach President Trump?
Well, Mr. Carney is a very, very bright individual, and it's up to Mr. Carney to build that relationship with President Trump. They're both bright people. Let's make no mistake about it, agree or disagree with President Trump. He understands finances. So does Mark Carney, and so do I. We're business people. And if we sit down around the table, we can resolve the problem and make sure that both countries prosper, like the likes of which this country's never seen or the likes of which the U.S. has never seen if we work together.
Premier Doug Ford, we appreciate you joining us and sharing your point of view.
See, like, the reason he's even talking like this, at first it was disrespectful in my opinion. However, now he seems like he wants to negotiate. And this is the whole reason tariff, to me, exists in Trump's book. Okay. He's going to use tariff to make America rich for sure, because if you go back in time to the 1800s and the early 1900s, the highest income the federal government got was through tariffs. Okay, it was through tariffs. If you go back in history, and there was no income tax. So he's trying to get there or back to what we had. However, it's like it's going to be very tough for sure because everybody's trying to like attack him back and forth. Look, one thing is for sure. Everybody's going to cry. I was about to say, cry me a river, but at the end of the day, you come to the table and make a deal. And that's what Trump has done for years. Remember President Sheinbaum of Mexico? She was like, she's never going to take the Mexicans back from the United States, the illegal migrants. What did she do? She took them back. Okay. She was going to slam tariffs on the United States. What did she do? She didn't slam any tariffs. So it's like, of course, Canada is like the largest trading partner with the United States. It's tricky, but I'm not Donald Trump, okay? I don't have the experience he has. I believe he has a plan with these tariffs for sure. Let's see where it's going to go. This is early, and I'm glad he's doing this early in his term because it can only go up from here. Because now everything is seeming like, you know, the stock market is going bonkers. Bitcoin was all the way to like $110,000, I guess. And now it's about $79,000 or $82,000, you know, between that price. And it's like, whoa, everything is just coming down. But this is the time to invest your money if you, you know, have some money to invest. Will all of this bounce back? 100%. Okay, 100%. This is how negotiations happens, all right? And this is how prosperity happens. In my opinion, okay, this is what I voted for. I'm not going to cry and say, well, everything's going to No, okay? It's been 40 days. Let's see what happens.
Thank you so much, and God bless America, and God bless Canada. Thank you so much.
Best friends for never?
The Americans want our resources, our water, our land, our country. Think about it. If they succeeded, they would destroy our way of life. We didn't ask for this fight. We didn't ask for this fight. But Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves. So the Americans, they should make no mistake, in trade as in hockey, Canada will win.
That was Mark Carney, the soon-to-be Canadian Prime Minister. And what you just saw and listened to was the latest example of how a once unbreakable bond between the U.S. and Canada has fractured as President Trump advances his trade war against both Canada and Mexico. Tariffs on Canada are expected to go into effect on April 2nd. My panel is back now. Nia, Canada has it in him. Let's see how he takes it.
Yeah,
as he takes over.
I think that's right. I mean, you saw over the last many weeks Donald Trump talking about Canada as the 51st state, talking about Trudeau as Governor Trudeau. That's become sort of his moniker. And now this is a new person. What's been interesting is that Trump.
First of all, everybody talking about, I get it, Canada and the United States were like close, okay, 5 and 6. However, Canada has a population of 40 million people, 40 million plus, I guess, something like that. 40 million. Oh my goodness. They are no match for the United States. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. They have zero match for the United States in anything. You have 40 million people? Bro, that's like Texas. Texas has like 31 million plus people for sure. So Canada needs to chill. Okay.
Has brought Trudeau's party back to life, right? There was this really sort of resurgent interest in a more conservative party, and now you have in this person somebody who's really benefiting from this fight with Donald Trump. Who knew that America would want to be at war with the Canadians? But apparently, it's based on a South Park movie.
Okay, so bring us up to speed on that. And if the South Park guys are listening, please come on anytime and,
that was the
and
premise
talk
of
about
that movie.
it.
I mean, going to war with Canada, and that's essentially, what's interesting is how the rhetoric also from the new incoming Canadian Prime Minister, much different than what we're seeing from our Mexican partners, Claudia Sheinbaum, the way she has approached Donald Trump, which is
true.
A little bit, obviously what we've seen other leaders do, try to softer rhetoric, if you will. We're going right at him. But Nia's absolutely right. The domestic politics in Canada are absolutely fascinating. It has led to this nationalistic fervor within Canada that has boosted the Trudeau's party and potentially could ultimately undercut what Donald Trump wants to achieve here. But if he's talking tough, the new incoming leader, on Donald Trump, I doubt Donald Trump is going to back off. He wants people to talk nicely to him for him to back off. But the rhetoric will only be ratcheted up.
Inside Canadian politics. I
Yes.
love it. Let's look a little bit at the U.S.-Canada alliance, the economic alliance. And the bilateral trade is about $2.5 billion in goods and services a day. 400,000 people cross between countries every day. The U.S. has maintained the official presence in Canada since 1833. And I didn't actually realize this, that they share the world's longest undefended border.
Yeah, and it's the bottom line there is that there is a lot of opportunity for Canada to channel this nationalistic fervor into making Americans feel real political pain. I mean, there's no corresponding anti-Canada faction in the U.S. that also wants to get the bit in their teeth and really go sock it to those guys, right? By and large, U.S. consumers just want to see lower prices, a strong economy, and now we are kind of creating with our own political moves, this new guerrilla faction that's just determined to stop that from happening for our people in order to try to shake loose some kind of change at the top level. The other weird thing about it is just the fact that, like you say, Canada and Mexico are pursuing such different strategies, and you can see Trump react to those in real time, right? Where he is sort of showering praise on Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, meanwhile getting angrier and angrier at Canadian leadership. While supposedly the pretext for all these things is drugs coming over the borders and things like that. So as you say, it's definitely a risky strategy if the goal is to get Trump to back off.
So on that note, now is it's time for our truth sandwich portion of the lunch hour, if you will. And we're going to start by referring to what Nia was talking about earlier, and that is the whole question of fentanyl and whether or not that is one of the really big problems coming from Canada. It is a very big problem in the U.S., but not from Canada. Let's, though, listen to what some of the Republicans, including in the president's administration, are claiming.
We launched a drug war, not a trade war, and it was part of a negotiation to get Canada and Mexico to stop shipping fentanyl across our borders.
You're saying this really is about fentanyl?
It really is about fentanyl. It really is. And I think the president obviously wants a strong economy, obviously wants better trade deals as well. But this is about fentanyl.
Now, again, it is a problem in the United States. It is a problem when it comes to the southern border of the United States, where it's coming in much more from Mexico. But when it comes to Canada, check this out. So the total pounds seized of fentanyl, almost 22,000 pounds. The northern border, 43 pounds. So it's less than 1% of the very dangerous and scary fentanyl problem. And that's the reality.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have seen Canada make some moves around this. Again, they're barely part of the problem. It is a big problem. Mexico is a really big part of the problem. And they too, Claudia Sheinbaum, even before Trump was in office, wanted to go aggressively at some of these drug cartels. She's doing that. You saw them cooperate in trying to have some of these drug warlords prosecuted. So there is something happening with this. The question, I think, for Trump is, will it be enough, or are there just going to be sort of shifting explanations for why these tariffs are happening or aren't happening?
I mean, they could say it's a drug war, not a trade war all they want, but it is a trade war.
Yeah, it is.
People will feel it. And, I'll be interested in, from my perch, watching how some of those members from northern states in Maine, the Senator Susan Collins is very concerned about the impacts on tariffs impacting the Maine economy. Wisconsin House members are concerned about the impact on the agriculture.
Even Ron Johnson.
Ron Johnson is concerned. Chuck Grassley from the Iowa members and how it will impact their farmers. So this is, yes, they could say drug war. That could be their argument to try to ease concerns, but people start feeling it, and that's going to change the dynamic.
And it's important to note, too, that one of the reasons that Canada is so upset and aggrieved over this whole thing is that even though they were a small part of the problem last year, they had already also taken significant steps to try to show Donald Trump they were doing more to police the small bit of fentanyl that was coming over their border. I mean, CBP data for January had a fraction of a single pound of fentanyl seized. I think I saw the size of a AAA battery was the amount of fentanyl that was seized at that border in January. And then on the back of that, Trump ratchets up the trade war. So they're like, what do you want us to do? What's the standard you want us to meet?
Well, Canada's Liberal Party has picked Mark Carney to be the party leader and Canada's next prime minister. Carney, a former central banker, got the backing of 85% of his party. And he says in government, he'll keep the interests of Canadians front and center.
I pledge to you and to all Canadians that I will follow their example. I will work day and night with one purpose, which is to build a stronger Canada for everyone.
Carney is expected to be sworn.
Canada is definitely going to SHIT if that guy wins. That guy right there, if he wins, oh my God. Y'all gonna know what time it is. Y'all gonna know what time it is in Canada. Take a look at this.
Politician. You think about how the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, has handled Donald Trump. I mean, it's been a mix of sort of being strong and firm and standing her own ground, while at the same time allowing for a diplomatic off-ramp. That seems to be the language that Donald Trump understands. How will Mark Carney, I mean, obviously he understands how to deal with this economically in terms of retaliatory tariffs. Does he have what it takes at this point, given that he has no experience in terms of elected office? Does he have what it takes to handle this diplomatically and politically?
I think it's really the most important question. And, as central bank governor, Mark Carney has held public office, as you mentioned, during major meltdowns, also during Brexit when he was Bank of England governor. Those are actually political jobs. They're just not overtly political in the elected sense that we're used to. And the reality is, even though he's been in the public eye for so many years, really throughout his career, we don't know that much about him. What we do know is that he's been in the room when
I def. Somebody just said in the comment section. Somebody said you don't even know this guy's name 2 days. You didn't know this guy's name 2 days ago. Stop acting like you know anything about him. The fact that he's replacing Trudeau. Oh, the fact that he's replacing that guy. Hell no.
Very difficult conversations have been held in those previous roles.
Acting like
His
Obama.
challenge really right now is not just that he needs to reboot the relationship with Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump did not get along with Justin Trudeau, and perhaps that influenced part of the predicament the relationship is in right now. But he's also going to have to call a federal election very soon. That means he's going to have to lean into that aggressive anti-Trump, anti-US rhetoric. That's what Canada wants right now. That's what voters are looking for. But that may not play very well when he is in the room or he's on the phone with President Trump.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everybody acts tough. He wants to act like because he's trying to win an election for sure. But by the time he sits down to talk to the commander in chief of the United States Armed Forces, man, it's hard. See what happened to Zelensky. Now he wants to come back to kiss the ring and sign the deal. Look, everybody's gonna talk tough. I don't know why you would be against the peace deal, like to stop the war. I don't know why you would be against, making the economy of the United States strong. You see, Americans are like, I don't know, I don't like what he's doing. We need to help Ukraine. Send more money to. All right, you're gonna have to move to Ukraine, bro. Because I get it. Okay.
And he is promising to go toe to toe. He said that he would be prepared for a dollar for dollar retaliatory tariff. Also said he's prepared to the U.S.-Canadian exports to be tariffed as well. And Canada is the largest supplier of energy to the United States, we should note. It's interesting, the Donald Trump effect, because as accomplished as Mark Carney is, I don't know how familiar he was to every Canadian prior to the last few months. And now here you have a Liberal Party that's neck and neck with the Conservative Party, and in terms of playing to his advantage, when do you expect to see a general election called? It has to be called by October, but given how close these two parties are now in polling, do you think it will happen much sooner?
It has to happen sooner, in fact. Mark Carney does not hold a seat in Parliament. He will be sworn in as Prime Minister, but he needs to call a federal election as soon as possible. His party, the Liberals, do not command a majority in the House of Commons here in Parliament. That means that what we understand from his team, what he said to people already, our reporting shows that he will be calling a federal election. So my bets, I'm not a betting woman, is that we will have an election in the course of May. And that will mean that we are entering a very intense campaigning period. He's going to have to carry on with that energy he's built up over the last 2 months trying to secure his party's vote. But the new audience will not be the party faithful who rallied around him in such a dramatic way last night here in Ottawa. It will be the entire population who are fatigued after 10 years of Trudeau, are terrified and angry with the Trump threat. And so they'll be looking to him for real answers, and there'll be more scrutiny on him.
How seriously are Canadians taking Donald Trump's threat to make Canada the 51st state? I mean,
it's not a threat.
Based on what I'm seeing in terms of, comments from Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney, they are taking it extremely serious. I mean, Donald Trump went as so far as referring to Justin Trudeau as governor many, many times. Take us through that.
Sure. And, I should say they're taking it deadly seriously. And they have some reason for that. Last week, we had an exclusive report in the New York Times. My sources, 4 individuals directly familiar with communications between the president and Prime Minister Trudeau, who said that in an early February phone call between the two men, President Trump, while raising trade concerns and irritants in the relationship that we know he's upset about, also raised the 1908 border treaty between the two countries and called that into question. He also raised questions about how the two countries manage their shared water resources. These are pretty existential things for Canadians. And so they're taking it very seriously. The government is taking it seriously. the opposition Conservative Party is taking it seriously, which I think speaks to just the gravity of the moment. It's not a joke, and it goes well beyond the trolling online.
Right, Martina Esteves Cardenev.
Whatever they do in Canada, it's not my business. Okay. OG has spoken concerning Elon Musk and the backlash he's getting. Take a look at this. He just wrote an, I guess, a truth. Is that what you would call it? This is his social media truth. Social. All right. So let's read this. Trump says to Republicans, conservatives, and all great Americans, Elon Musk is putting it on the line in order to help our nation, okay? And he's doing a fantastic job. But the radical left lunatics, as they often do, are trying to illegally and coercively boycott Tesla. Is that what they're trying to do? Is that what you guys think they're trying to do? One of the world's great automakers and Elon's baby, Elon's baby, in order to attack and do harm to Elon and everything he stands for. They tried to do it to me at the 2024 presidential ballot box. How did that work out? In any event, I am going to buy a brand new Tesla tomorrow morning as a show of confidence and support for Elon Musk, a truly great American. Why should he be punished for putting his tremendous skills to work in order to help make America great again? What do you guys think about this? So the president is buying a brand new Tesla. Here comes the Dems. CNN is going to have a field day tomorrow. The Democrats are going to say, okay, billionaires making billionaires richer. The president buys a Tesla, makes Elon richer. That's what we're going to get tomorrow. I can tell you that much. I tell you for sure. That's what we're getting tomorrow. The president makes Elon richer by buying Tesla. I don't know why the president decided to buy a new Tesla. Okay. I mean, Trump is Trump. This is what comes with the package.
Federal workers are in a D.C. courtroom now urging a judge to stop the White House from shuttering the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Already, DOJ has hollowed it out. Employees were sent home and basically told to stop working. Its former director, who was fired by Donald Trump, says doing that, hollowing out the Consumer Protection Board, puts Americans with mortgages, with student loans, medical debt, and more at risk. And he warns the slasher-in-chief, I'm talking about Elon Musk, could have another goal, laying the groundwork for a wild west of big tech currencies operating with no government oversight. That former director, Rohit Chopra, is here now. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. So this is really because there's so many things that the CFPB does or did until a few weeks ago. But I do want to talk about Elon Musk. And just to start this conversation with a tweet that he put out there in a couple of months ago. When he rebranded Twitter as X, he said he wanted it to be an everything app where you could conduct your entire financial world. So now what is happening as Musk and his team, they have access to pretty much everything in the federal government, sensitive data about and by and from American citizens. So explain in layman's terms why this is such a big deal.
Well, you know, big tech companies in the U.S. have really been drooling at what they see in China, where Chinese tech companies can conduct surveillance on all Chinese citizens and what they're buying every day. So they're all trying to train their algorithms, artificial intelligence, and that's why you see Google Pay, Apple Pay, and now X Money wants to be able to know everything you're buying, how much you're paying for it, and what were you thinking about at the time. And this really could lay the groundwork for the end of the price tag, where we are purchasing goods based on our behavior and our web browsing history rather than a transparent price, because that is the way these tech companies can make a huge amount of money.
And how can his access to virtually all of our data help advance his goal to do that in his private company?
Well, people have been wondering, why are they so fixated with this a small agency like the CFPB? It's because the CFPB is responsible for monitoring all of those tech companies for how they're moving our money to protect against privacy, errors, and fraud. And if they can creep in there and look even at their competitors, that could be a big edge for them. You know, I really worry that when we buy an airplane ticket or something online, it should really be a fair price that you and I see the same thing. But more and more Americans are noticing that the price may be different based on who is looking at it and when. And that really raises some real issues about intrusive pricing in our life.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that. Even when I've gone back to look for a ticket, the price goes up because they know I really want it. But let's stay focused on Elon Musk for a second, because just to go back to the concern that you've expressed about DOJ snooping on loan or mortgage data, why is that something that he can really benefit from?
When was this snooping? Like, words, very important. Like, listen. Snooping. He was snooping on mortgages. Like, what does he need that for? Man, this folk snooping.
Data. Why is that? But let's stay focused on Elon Musk for a second, because just to go back to the concern that you've expressed about DOJ snooping on loan or mortgage data, why is that something that he can really benefit from, again, in his company and in his ultimate goal, which, if you know anything about his sort of business evolution, from the very beginning, he has been really interested in having a platform that is everything, and that when he bought X, he wanted it to transform into a financial payment process, just like a sort of an advanced version of what PayPal was.
Yeah, I mean, 5 years ago, we saw the same thing from Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, where they tried to create a new global currency. And they were pretty open about it, that if they could have their own currency, they could track people spending across their digital life. And they would be able to charge companies that are using that currency big money. And this is, I think, part of a broader effort to create currencies that are outside of oversight when it comes to fraud, privacy, and more. In fact, the Senate right now is thinking about letting those tech companies create their own currencies. And that raises just real questions about power, oversight, and could it actually lead to a risk to our financial system?
So there's the creating your own currency, which he's not the only one who's wanted to do this. I mean, we see this at other big tech companies and also other big financial companies as well. But the argument that he has made about the access that he has now to all of our data is that he had the same access when he was at PayPal, and he didn't do anything to disrupt or to use it in an untoward way. But can you just explain whether or not it is, never mind the latter part of what I just said, but explain why having access to data via PayPal and having access to data via the federal government are two different things?
Well, I mean, it's all about volume and all about the types of transactions that you can ingest information about. Look, a lot of these companies are taking in huge amounts of data to train artificial intelligence, and those models might be used to determine what prices we pay on things. It might also be used for a whole host of other commercial purposes. Part of the reason why we separate off our financial privacy and our health privacy is because when it falls into the wrong hands, that data, there is a big mismatch and abuse of power, and it is why we should not let these big tech companies control our nation's currency.
And right now there is no one at your now former agency, which you were head of, who's doing the basic job of trying to protect consumers that they were enacted or sort of the legislation passed and the president signed it into law in order to do.
What's really suspicious is that some of the first people they fired were the technologists, those who specialize in overseeing these tech companies. I think they were illegally fired, but isn't it something that they were the first to be on the chopping block?
Thank you so much for coming in. I hope you come back. Appreciate it.
I like the fact that CNN is against Trump. Fox is for Trump. So if you want to hear bad news about Trump, come to CNN. If you want to hear good news, go to Fox. But now, it's like, we're going to call out the lies, aren't we? Aren't we going to call out the lies? When they're lying, are we going to say they're lying, or we're just going to chill?
At this hour is there is a lot of renewed talk once again about a possible recession setting in. What is not clear right now is how the Trump administration can stave one off if Trump's trade war drags on.
And, you know, people are happy that Elon's SpaceX trials went bonkers. So the fact that it went down in flames, people are like, oh, yeah, good for him. He should go back to work. Oh, man. How did we get here mentally?
Also not clear exactly what the president himself thinks about the risk. His words, who knows? Investors right now do not seem satisfied with that answer. U.S. stock futures are down this morning as we stand by for markets to open this hour. I want to play for you what Trump said about this.
But are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. Of course you hesitate. Who knows? All I know is this. We're going to take in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs, and we're going to become so rich, you're not going to know where to spend all that money. I'm telling you, you just watch.
One thing also to watch is that the president is injecting new and more uncertainty into the economy, now warning that tariffs against Mexico and Canada, quote, could go up. That is right after he pumped the brakes on some of those tariffs just last week. CNN's Elena Treen at the White House joining us right now. And Elena, I understand the president's top economic advisor just spoke. You're able to hear from him. What did he say?
That's right. He said a lot of things, actually, and I was able to catch up with him, Kate, this morning here at the White House as well, following that. First of all, he tried to argue that some of the uncertainty in the market, a lot of the uncertainty around trade policy and tariff policy is going to be offset by other economic priorities, like the tax cuts that are being proposed in this current spending bill. Of course, we have to see how that goes, and if there is a shutdown on Friday, that will only thrust the economy into more uncertainty. But he also argued and acknowledged that people are concerned about these tariffs, but he again said that he believes it would be temporary. Take a listen to how he put it.
People are anxious about future tariffs, and so they're stockpiling. And so that's a very, very temporary phenomenon.
So that's very similar rhetoric, Kate, to what we've heard the president say. Look, I mean, it is very different from also the rhetoric I think that we're used to as someone who's covered the president over the past few years. He's often overly optimistic, uses a lot of hyperbole, but he's been very open about saying there is going to be some short-term disturbances because of these tariff policies. And I think the stop and start nature of it, of course, as well, the having them be imposed, then taking a 1-month pause, imposing them again, then giving some exceptions for another month and saying they're going to go into effect on April 2nd. All of that is kind of whiplash we are seeing affected in the stock market. But again, we heard the president say, don't pay too much attention to the stock market. He says that, he admires the way that China China has a 100-year outlook. He thinks that the United States needs to be more long-term and allow for the markets and Americans really to be patient. But I did find it very striking that he twice did not rule out higher prices at a time when so many Americans are concerned about their wallets, about inflation, and then also, of course, wouldn't rule out a potential recession. Now, one thing that's very clear from all of this is that he's really testing, and I think the Trump administration overall is doing this, testing the resiliency of the economy. And again, trying to look really far ahead rather than in the short term. But all of that we're still seeing. In the meantime, the market's really reacting to this. As you mentioned, stock futures down, and a lot of people concerned about what that could mean, and economists as well warning that in the next 12 months, if we don't see things change, there could be a recession, or as many people are concerned about, stagflation as well. Kate.
Yeah, Elena, thank you so much from the White House for us. Sarah?
All right, with us now to discuss more, Democratic strategist and CNN political commentator Maria Cardona, and also former Republican strategist.
Price isn't just going to go down overnight. What do you think? The price is just supposed to go down in 40 days? Come on, man.
And pollster Lee Carter. Lee, first to you. Donald Trump inherited an economy that was, by almost all accounts, on the rise, but prices were still high. Just 2 months, as we're looking at this, just a month in, he's not ruling out a recession after his decision to put tariffs in place. So can you explain how this could be a good thing for the American people, Lee?
Well, I think that there's a lot of people who do believe that the system is unfair. A lot of people out there believe that it shouldn't be that we're paying more tariffs on than our trading partners are. And a lot of people are willing to go the distance. Now, when you look at the polling on tariffs, they're not wildly popular. Only a third of Americans say that
they're
they
unpopular.
support tariffs.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you've got 43% of Americans who say they're not sure, and they're willing to take a moment to see what's going to happen. Many people support the idea of getting things back in balance and getting things fair, and fighting back a little bit. Now, how long are they willing to do that? I'm not so sure. The prices aren't coming down, and I know that's one of the number one mandates of this president. We're seeing his poll slip just a little bit, but I am seeing the American voters still saying they're willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and see what he's going to do.
Maria, the United Auto Workers Union's leadership says it supports Trump's tariffs because the free trade agreement did not create the jobs they argue in America. In fact, indeed, sucked jobs away from America. What did Democrats say to that argument?
I think what Democrats are underscoring is the fact that this president ran on the economy. This president ran on bringing down inflation. This president ran on lowering the cost of groceries, gas, rent, and eggs on day one. Do you know what he posted this past weekend on his Truth Social, Sarah? He posted a message saying, "Shut up about the price of eggs." That's how much this president cares about the promises that he made to America's working families, to those exact voters who trusted him to take care about this number one issue. That's why you're seeing his poll numbers go down. That's why you're seeing that the majority of Americans
Cap, and cap.
don't think he's done enough to focus on inflation, the number one issue for them in the election, and the number one issue that they trusted him on. So all of this, I think, is going to come back and bite him politically, because it has been a huge betrayal of that one promise that he made to the American people. And what else are they seeing? That he is fighting to make sure that he gets money to give his rich friends like Elon Musk and like the newly minted American oligarchy of billionaires, huge tax cuts, which is what we're seeing now play out in the budget negotiations. That's not going to go well for him or for Republicans going into the 2026 midterm elections.
I do want to talk about the fact that Canada made up just 0.2% of fentanyl seizures at the U.S. border last year. But the White House economic advisor has time and again, Kevin Hassett, said that this is a drug war, not a trade war. Is this an honest argument, Lee?
I think it's a very interesting reframe of the argument, because it's not just about Canada. We're also looking at Mexico. We're also looking at China, where there are significant issues with fentanyl. And many people had said there was no way that.
Oh my goodness! Somebody said they look Can't even say the word. But no matter what Trump does, he already said it in the State of the Union address or the Congress address, where he said, no matter what I do, okay, I could give you the best economy, give you the best border, everything. And these folks would not stand up and applaud. Okay, so no matter what Trump does, they would never give him his flowers.
Well, this morning it seemed President Trump might be shifting his tone toward Russia. He posted this on social media, quote, based on the fact that Russia is absolutely pounding Ukraine on the battlefield right now, I am strongly considering large-scale banking sanctions.
It's about time the Russia and Ukraine war ends because nobody cares at this point. The war has to end. People are dying, okay? People are dying. So, yeah, end the war.
Sanctions and tariffs on Russia till a ceasefire and final settlement agreement on peace is reached. To Russia and Ukraine, get to the table right now before it is too late. Thank you. But that posture didn't last long. Hours later, he had this exchange with a reporter.
President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
Yeah, no, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards.
From large-scale banking sanctions to we're doing very, very well with Russia in just a few hours. Again, like in that Oval Office confrontation, President Trump said that Ukrainian President Zelensky doesn't have the cards. He also doesn't have military aid and some intelligence sharing, which the president has paused. Today, President Trump also suspended Ukraine's access to certain commercial satellite imagery purchased by the U.S. government. Ukraine uses the imagery to track Russian troop movements. Now, that news comes as Russia launched a major assault on several regions across Ukraine last night. 70 missiles and almost 200 drones were used. Two U.S. defense officials tell CNN that the U.S. is still sharing intelligence Ukraine can use to defend itself, but has, quote, scaled back sharing intelligence that could be used to go on the offense. Today, the president was asked about the attacks and the pause in aid.
Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now.
And joining me now is John Bolton, who served as National Security Advisor to the President during his first term and as U.S. Ambassador to the UN in the George W. Bush administration. Ambassador Bolton, thanks for being here. How does this president go from talking about sanctions in the morning against Russia to essentially saying their strategy of pounding Ukraine is what anybody would do in this situation and taking advantage of the president's position?
Well, because I think he knew that the so-called threat this morning was totally hollow. As did Vladimir Putin, and he did it simply to try and show some kind of balance given the things he had said about Zelensky and the Ukrainians. If you look at the statement about the actual threat, he threatens three things: banking sanctions, sanctions, and tariffs. Now, I'll assume there's banking sanctions are just a subset of sanctions. I don't know why you would have two separate things. But let's take tariffs first. I don't understand it. Who knows? But on tariffs, Russian exports to the United States last year, the only year we have full statistics, were a little bit less than $3 billion, which is trivial compared to the total volume of U.S. trade with the rest of the world. And in fact, in 2021, in other words, the last full year before Russia's invasion in 2022, they were about $30 billion. So over this period of time since the invasion, U.S. imports from Russia have already shrunk 90%. So the tariff thing is effectively meaningless. Banking sanctions, if there are banking sanctions we haven't imposed on Russia, I'd like to know why not. But in any event, as with really all the sanctions that have been imposed, and this is a general problem for sanctions, Russia has very successfully evaded, particularly the financial sanctions, moving through China's opaque financial system to get into global markets. So I think Putin completely understood that threat was totally hollow.
It seems now the U.S. is not doing cyber operations against Russia, according to reporting. We've mentioned new reporting that the Trump administration has suspended Ukraine's access to commercial satellite imagery purchased by the U.S. government, which comes after the pause, obviously, in U.S. military aid and the sharing of intelligence. How long do you think the Ukrainians can hold up without that kind of support?
Well, and it's a question of what other NATO members may be able to supply them. I think it's really despicable to stop providing the intelligence to Ukraine. This is all part of how Trump does business. It's all personal. I know this is hard to understand, that people think there's some policy behind it, but it's not. Trump believes that U.S. relations with other countries are embodied in his personal relations with the foreign heads of state. He thinks Vladimir Putin is his friend. He's never liked Zelensky, not since the famous perfect phone call in 2019. And this is what you're getting. But if I may come to this order suspending offensive cyber operations against Russia, this is a huge mistake for the United States. Forget Ukraine. This isn't going to make Russia more eager to come to the table. It's the rest of Trump's policies abandoning Ukraine and taking Russia's side that prevent Russia from coming to the table. Why should they negotiate when Trump gives them everything they want? And even more importantly, I think the cyber operators would tell you that part of what's important here, dealing with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, any of our cyber adversaries, is to have what they call persistent engagement. If you're not always probing the Russians, you're giving them a chance to tee up their own offensive operations. If there were some deal here, a momentary truce, that'd be one thing. This looks to me like just another Trump giveaway.
And just so I'm clear, is it true that Russia is always probing the U.S. and civilian infrastructure and hospitals and electrical systems to try to see weaknesses?
I think that's clear. The Russians say, oh, it's not Russia. No, it's some troll farm operating under some fake name, some cutout operation. But they're doing it all the time. And really, I think we've improved our offensive game beginning in the Trump administration when we loosened Obama administration restrictions on offensive cyber. But cyber's like any other human domain. If you're not probing the adversary, you're taking risks for America. Again, forget Ukraine here. That's not part of the equation. This is backing away from dealing with the Russian cyber threat. I think it's a big mistake.
Ambassador Bolton, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Trump is not smart. Trump is not doing what he's supposed to do. Trump is making a big mistake, according to CNN. But here we go.
Welcome back. Good Monday morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Monday, March 10th. It is 7:01 on the East Coast. Time for the hot topic of the hour. Iran responding to the letter that President Trump told me he sent to the Ayatollah, calling for nuclear negotiations. The Iranian Supreme Leader responding to my interview with President Trump, accusing the U.S. of trying to bully Tehran and impose their own expectations, and that it will, quote, not negotiate with the White House. Here's what the president told me on Sunday Morning Futures. There are reports now that Russia says it will help the United States negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran. What kind of a deal with Iran do you want to do? You said they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, well, there are two ways Iran can be handled, militarily or you make a deal. I would prefer to make a deal because I'm not looking to hurt Iran. They're great people. I know so many Iranians from this country.
Well, not the leadership.
No, not the leadership.
The
no,
people.
They're very evil people. No, but the people of Iran are great people. But they had a tough regime, and they'd meet and they'd be shot in the streets. I mean, it was a tough deal. But I would rather negotiate a deal. I'm not sure that everybody agrees with me, but we can make a deal that would be just as good as if you won militarily. But the time is happening now. The time is coming up. Something's going to happen one way or the other. I hope that Iran, and I've written them a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini,
Yes.
the leader? When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to negotiate?
I didn't say you better. I
Okay.
said I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Liz Peek, it was almost immediately, as soon as President Trump made that remark during my interview, the Ayatollah Khomeini responds on X, okay? And he writes this: Iran's supreme leader, in an apparent response to Trump's call, says...
I mean, look at the society. Look at the times we're living in right now, where heads of states, president of countries, governors, they reply with tweets, okay, on X, on well, nobody replies on Facebook, but on X, that's where people reply these days. Like, all political leaders reply on X. President Sheinbaum, X, okay. Canadian leaders, X. Of course, the only person that uses truth and then X once in a while is President Donald J. Trump. But let's hear what the supreme leader of Iran has to say.
Says the insistence of some bullying governments on negotiations is not aimed at resolving issues, but rather at asserting dominance and imposing their demands. The Islamic Republic of Iran will certainly not accept their demands, is what Ayatollah wrote in a post on X. Your reaction?
Yeah, my reaction is that the Ayatollahs are on their back foot. Their proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc., have been seriously destroyed by Israel. And so if there's a deal to be made, it is now, Maria, because you know and I know that President Trump will reinforce the sanctions that Joe Biden basically removed. He didn't remove them. He just didn't enforce them.
That's right.
And he Trump can really make life difficult for Iran and for the regime. So I think this is just, for public relations purposes. The people of Iran are very restive right now. They see their money going to all these proxy wars that are not working for them. So I think it's probably a very opportune time for Trump to step in there, and kudos to him for doing that.
And I understand that the people of Iran love President Trump, and he loves them back. He had very, very positive comments, as you just heard, about the people of Iran. They are the victims. And, I want to know if the U.S. would support Israel knocking out Iran's nuclear capability. I mean, Israel cut off Gaza's electricity supply now to pressure Hamas into releasing the remaining hostages. And I asked President Trump in my exclusive about the devastating conditions that the hostages faced. Remember, President Trump met with the hostages last week, the ones that were just released. Watch this.
Can you tell us a little about what they told you about when they were in captivity?
So the question I asked is the level of meanness. I said, how bad were these people? Did some of them come up and offer you bread or offer you something like, where the others aren't watching? Was there anybody there that you thought was like trying to help you? No. They all hated us. I said, nobody said, hey, you're going to get out of this thing soon, don't worry about it. No, it was never said. We all thought we were going to die. I've never seen anything like it, the level of hatred. And, they were in a 3-foot-tall tunnel. And
3 feet.
They had no air. They had no anything. They lived like this. One gentleman said he was there, a really nice guy. He said he was there for like 500 days or something. They were there for a long period of time. It was really hell.
Are they being tortured?
Essentially, yeah, because the way they're being treated is incredible. I mean, they were telling me stories and I'd rather not say it, but they were telling me stories that were horrible. Man has his broken ribs and they're punching him in the ribs purposely. There's a level of meanness that it's not even.
So should we just stop negotiating with them? I mean, they're mocking us.
It's up to Bibi and Israel. They're going to have to do what they want. Look, if you go in, the 24 people are going to be dead. Now, there's a chance that if you go in, they won't die if you do it fast or whatever. But you have 20 out of the 59 people. They gave me a card, said 59. I said, what is this? The hostages. I said, are they all alive? They said, no, 24 are alive. I mean, they knew everything. It was 24 people are alive. and they're in bad shape. They said they won't be alive for long.
This is just incredible, Kenny. And, you know, the reason that I said should we be not talking to Hamas anymore is because, you know, I mean, they're mocking the whole process. We still have not gotten all the hostages out. I don't know what Israel is going to do next, but President Trump said something's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think something has to happen, right? This is dragged on and dragged on and dragged on, and Trump has said, listen, release them or there's going to be hell to pay. So right. I'm just waiting to see what's next. And you know, the fact that Israel's now turned off electricity to Gaza and Hamas is saying, oh, you know, that's so cruel and mean. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And so I think something has to happen, and I hope it happens sooner rather than later, because it's horrendous what's been happening to these people.
What do you say, Cheryl? Those poor families, my heart goes, I'm praying for those families every day.
Noah Argamani was in the Oval Office last week. She was one of those that was released in the hostage swap and the deal. And I told you I was going to have tears in my eyes when she was at the joint address to Congress, and I did have tears in my eyes looking at her, because all she did as a young woman was go to a music festival, and she was brutally kidnapped and finally was able to come home. But so many were not, that did not come home, or they came home in coffins. And I want to remind everyone, just look at the video of the Palestinian people that were celebrating around the coffins of Shiri Bibas and her 2 young children and another elderly hostage who came home in coffins. Oh, by the way, the first coffin wasn't even of Shiri Bibas. It was a Palestinian woman. Then they had to turn around and send the right body. These people are disgusting, and it's not just Hamas, Maria. It is the Palestinian people. How can you be sympathetic anymore to this?
Yeah, and it's what I was referring to, you know, when I said mocking. I mean, they have everybody in the town watching them bring over the coffins. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's so dreadful. I just can't imagine that Israel is not going to move. We'll see. President Trump says something's going to happen. He wrote the Ayatollah Khomeini a letter to stop the nuclear ambitions and stop raising money to help these proxies. We'll see where this goes next.
Cut off their oil.
Yeah.
Cut off their oil
That's
exports.
what President Trump did, and he returned the maximum pressure. But Joe Biden ignored the sanctions. As
one thing I got to say is I don't want to hear anything about Joe Biden anymore moving forward, okay? First of all, nobody should be talking about Joe Biden, okay? Nobody should be talking about no goddamn Joe Biden. We should be focused on what we need to do now, today, tomorrow, next week, every single day, moving forward for the next 4 years. Forget about Joe Biden. All right? Let's move forward, okay? Because we ain't going to be talking about past tense. We got to focus on the future. All right, Trudeau had a phone call with
I want to address
Trump.
what I know
Listen
is top of mind for all Canadians. Yesterday, I spoke with President Trump, and I reiterated the facts. Our border is secure, and less than 1% of the illegal fentanyl entering the United States comes from Canada. Even so, we took action with our $1.3 billion plan to further strengthen our border. I also stressed that the tariffs the U.S. administration chose to impose will hurt American workers and businesses, and that, as our shared history has proven, we should work together instead to tackle today's challenges rather than fighting one another. Canada's ministers, officials, and I will continue to engage with our American counterparts. Our goal remains to get these tariffs, all tariffs, removed. In the meantime, we'll be taking action to support Canadians through the tough times ahead.
Exactly. It's tough times ahead for you too. Most people are going to say, well, Americans are going to suffer a lot because the prices are going to be outrageous. You think it's just for Americans? Canadians as well. Listen to what he's talking about. Tough times ahead. It's trade war. You want to go to war with the United States? Okay, great. But this to me is like unnecessary. However, you know, it's to bring down the inflow of fentanyl from the northern border. However, the numbers say there are more influx of fentanyl coming from the Mexican border rather than the Canadian border. However, it's tricky, okay? It's very tricky. It is absolutely tricky because I know for a fact that when you're negotiating trade deals, you're trying to look for everybody's weak points and bring it to the table and then find a deal, negotiate a deal, make a deal, whatever. That's what Trump is trying to do. But these guys are acting like they're smart. They're acting like they know what they're doing as well, which that's what they should do. But he knows it is going to be tough times for Canadians, and he doesn't want it. Because if you listen right here, you say, we want to try to make sure we eliminate all the tariffs. Listen.
To tackle today's challenges rather than fighting one another. Canada's ministers, officials, and I will continue to engage with our American counterparts. Our goal remains to get these tariffs, all tariffs, removed. In the meantime, we'll be taking action to support Canadians through the tough times ahead. You can count on leadership right across the country, municipalities, provinces, and indeed, your federal government. But mostly, you can continue to count on each other. Canadians have been there for each other, for small businesses, for local producers, for friends. Canadians will pull together and continue to pull together with deep, deep pride in country as all of us stand together to defend Canada.
Trump backing down as the markets nosedive. The president pumping the brakes on his trade war as major concerns about the U.S. economy grow tonight. The Dow losing 428 points, right now on track for its worst week in 2 years. And the NASDAQ is now in correction territory. That means it's down 10% from its peak, 7% since Trump took office. And they are down even as Trump gave in to Mexico and Canada today, pausing his 25% tariffs.
Some of these exemptions that have been announced and some of these temporary delays, have you been influencing those decisions because of the market reaction?
Well, there were no delays at all. No, nothing to do with the market. I'm not even looking at the market.
Of course, there was delays, right, because they were going to do them. Then he had the calls with the Trudeau and Sheinbaum and delayed them a month. And now here we are. Now they're delayed again. As for not looking at the market, that would be new because for years, Trump has been aggressive about touting just how well the markets do when he's in charge.
Since the election, the stock market has broken one record after another. The stock market is good because a lot of people think we're going to win the election. We had a great stock market. We're hitting record stock market numbers. Another great all-time stock market record. The stock market's up again.
Well, now it's down. We're not hearing about it. And his on again, off again trade war is setting alarms off around the world. I mean, heads of state, investors, consumers, nobody really knows whether to take Trump seriously because he does continue to say he's going to do them and there's no way he won't. And then he delays it, pauses it. The question is whether he's crying wolf. Nobody is clear at this point where this is. One thing is for certain, though, underneath all of this is that prices have gone up. Prices have gone up at least 3%. Over the past month. Egg prices and housing, obviously, prices have gone up. The thing is, though, if you listen to Trump and some of his wealthier allies, these price increases are a small price to pay for the MAGA agenda.
As American people ready to get the country back on track and do what it needs to, or do what it takes to make that happen, absolutely. We're going to have to adjust some prices for it.
Now, we're going to have to adjust some prices for it. Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, I mean, look, that's his point of view, but it may be easier for him than others. He's reportedly worth at least $31 million, one of the wealthiest members of Congress. This is what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had to say about it.
Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream.
Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream. Well, that's actually a really big topic of conversation, but it may be true for Secretary Bessent. He is a former hedge fund manager. He is worth at least $521 million. So it is true for him. And then there's Trump.
There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
perhaps a little disturbance to somebody who says he's a billionaire. But to most Americans, his disturbance is serious turbulence. Surging prices are hurting Americans, and it is not what they expected.
Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely.
Jeff Zeleny is out front.
Yes, he said those things when he was campaigning, during his campaign trails. He said those things, but Jesus, it's been what, 40 days? Come on, y'all. But this is part of the deal, okay? If you're going to be the president of the United States, you better get ready for the heat. And that's what they're bringing down on Trump right now.
Live outside the White House. So, Jeff, I just want to start with one thing that Trump said here, among others, but this one really stood out to me. He says he doesn't watch the markets. That would be a first if it's the case.
I mean, Aaron, skeptical eye rolls, even from the president's advisors and admirers over those 7 words, I don't even watch the market. But the market is watching the White House, and the uncertainty that has been here at the White House really over the last several days over this threat of a trade war, an actual trade war, a reversal of a trade war, all left to what is next. And the president, again, in the Oval Office today, said he is not going to make exemptions for the April 2nd round of reciprocal tariffs. That, of course, is an open question because he has made exemptions when the automakers came calling. He made exemptions again today when the president of Mexico said that they are cracking down on fentanyl. And she showed him some data that just showed that fentanyl production was down. So look, the bottom line to all of this, you can just see the competing advice coming from advisors. Peter Navarro, for example, the top trade expert here, has been really leaning into these tariffs. Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, has been sending signals to the market that the president is going to change his mind hours before he does so. But the market clearly has been rattled by this. So the question is what comes next in all of this. There's a lot of concern on Capitol Hill from Republican lawmakers and others. Yes, they still deeply support this president. He has a big control of the House and Senate, there's no doubt. But the markets are one thing he has always loved and watched. The markets are giving their thoughts to the president, and it certainly is not an A+ grade, Aaron.
Certainly not at this moment. All right. Thank you very much, Jeff Zeleny. Jared Bernstein is chair of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors, and former Republican Governor Mark Sanford, also a former congressman and served on the Budget Committee. So I appreciate both of you very much. Governor, can I start with you? You see the markets responding. You know, there was a day, actually there was a day a month ago when the president said he's going to do tariffs, and then when he backed down, then the markets go back up. But that wasn't the case now, right? There's been this kind of whiplash of I'm going to, I'm not going to, I'm going to, maybe one too many times. What do you think the effect of this on again, off again trade war is going to be? Governor, can you hear me?
No, he can't.
Oh, I thought you said Jared. I apologize.
No, sorry.
What do I think the effect's going to be? I think it's going to be disastrous. You know, people go down to the local bank
Here we go, fearmonger.
It sends signals that there's stability there. And what the president right now is doing both domestically and internationally is sending a signal that there is not stability. And people don't invest into instability. It's the reason that a lot of money doesn't pour into third world countries because they have no idea what's going to happen next. And if that's the operating environment that businesses have to look at, they're going to put the brakes on. And you're not going to see the domestic investment that he's talked about, and you're not going to see the jobs he's talked about, and you are going to see inflation. So I'm quite worried, and I think the markets obviously are too.
And Jared, that you have one chart that actually speaks to exactly what the governor just said, the uncertainty index.
Yeah, the governor is spot on. If you look at the spikes in that chart, it's a chart of uncertainty caused by trade policy that lurches the way we've seen. And markets and investors really don't like that. As you said, the market, the Dow, is down 1,500 points this week. Today, the NASDAQ down 5% over the week, as you said, in correction territory. I think the one reliable force that can protect American consumers from the price increasing impact of these harmful tariffs on Canada and Mexico is, in fact, the stock market. The president doth protest too much when he says otherwise. We know the record on that. Yeah. I also, though, think we should be clear, as Jeff was, that the call with President Sheinbaum and the progress they've made on fentanyl, that's good news. But the markets are the dominant force here.
So, Governor, I'm also curious, you got to layer in this, what we saw on jobs. Now, you have a more than doubling in the number of layoffs this February from last February. And overall, the biggest number of job losses on a month-to-month basis since COVID in 2020. I mean, when you layer that in here, that is very, you talk about unsettling or destabilizing, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, I go back to very simple principles, which is investments go to where they're loved and where they have a sense of what's coming next. And in as much as people don't, they're not going to add, small business. I think we'll hold off on hiring that extra person. And cumulatively, that really begins to add up. More worrisome, though, I think, is the inflation component, which I think could really, you talk about something that would bite the Republican Party in the midterms. Oh, my goodness. I mean, think about this. Half of the fresh produce that you see in grocery stores across the country in the wintertime comes from Mexico. A quarter of the lumber supply that goes into the houses that are being built comes from Canada. You begin to put walls up to our immediate borders, and a lot of bad things begin to happen from the standpoint of inflation, which is the flip side of what will hurt people. They can lose their job, or they can see prices go crazy. Either way, they get hurt, and I think there'll be a political consequence.
Of course, there'll be a political consequence. But this is what the voters voted for. This is what everybody needs to understand. The voters voted for this. Okay, they voted for tariffs. It's not like Trump is just tariffing people or countries. He said this during the campaign trail.
President Trump set to meet with technology leaders at the White House today, including Intel, HP, Qualcomm, and IBM, to talk tariffs and stricter export rules. Canada's next prime minister to replace Justin Trudeau, former central bank head Mark Carney, already slamming Trump over tariffs.
There's someone who's trying to weaken our economy. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, as we know, has put, as the Prime Minister just said, unjustified tariffs on what we build, on what we sell, on how we make a living. He's attacking Canadian families, workers, and businesses, and we cannot let him succeed.
I spoke with President Trump in an exclusive interview on Sunday Morning Futures on tariffs and the impact to markets and manufacturing. Here's what the president said.
Before you came into the Oval Office the first time, you were a very successful businessman, very successful real estate executive. And a lot of people said, oh, this is the business president. This is it. He's watching the stock market. He knows all about, he doesn't want the market to go down. And now we've got tariffs and the market has been going down.
Well, not much. I mean, in all fairness,
you said, look, we're going to have a disruption, but we're okay with that. Is that what you meant? The stock market going down was the disruption? What other disruption were you alluding to?
Look, what I have to do is build a strong country. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We have a quarter. We go by quarters.
That's true.
And you can't go by that. You have to do what's right. What we're doing is we're building a tremendous foundation for the future, tremendous foundation.
The public companies want to make sure that we have clarity. After April 2nd, when those reciprocal tariffs go in, is that it? Are you going to change anything after that? Will we have clarity?
You'll have a lot, but we may go up with some tariffs. It depends. We may go up. I don't think we'll go down, but we may go up. But they have plenty of clarity. They just use that. That's like almost a soundbite. They always say that. We want clarity. Look, our country's been ripped off for many decades, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. And you take a look at what's happened. The chip maker, the greatest chipper, Mr. Wei, the biggest in the world by far, is going to spend $200 billion on making a massive plant to make chips. It'll be 40% of the market. We go from nothing. We used to have the whole market. Intel, when it was led by somebody that was extremely good, you know that, right? And once that man was gone, it didn't do so well. And we literally have none, we have a very small percentage of that market. We're going to have pretty soon with this one company. This is a legendary company and man. And he's coming in investing hundreds of billions of dollars into manufacturing. It's actually primarily one really massive plant. It's going to be great.
So is that your message to American companies? You don't like the tariffs? Build your factory here. Are you willing to give them a grace period?
Right.
Because it takes time, 3 years to fire up a manufacturing plant.
Right. What Mr. Wade did is he said, I want to build here because he doesn't want to pay the tariffs and because he likes the fact that Trump won. He said, I did it for two reasons. Number one, you won. And number two, I don't want to pay tariffs. Otherwise, I'd have to pay. And number three, in that case, he wants to be maybe some diversity from Taiwan, which makes sense too.
So President Trump is making it real clear. He did say we are going to see a disruption over the near term. It looks like that's what we're getting, Liz Peek. Stocks are trading lower again because investors are not sure what the road looks like ahead. We're supposed to get the aluminum and steel tariffs this week, but you just heard the president. Tariffs may go up over time, and we've got another decline in stocks. Your reaction?
Yeah. So, Maria, first of all, congratulations on the interview. It was fantastic. It's literally made headlines worldwide. I think this is a difficult, rocky period for President Trump, and these kinds of interviews are going to be incredibly important for him to explain to the American people over and over again why he is doing what he's doing. And frankly, I think it's great he's meeting with the tech CEOs today, because the more he has input from the business community, the more he brings those people on board with what he's doing, the more important that's going to be. And by the way, all we're hearing about now is tariffs. There's also deregulation. There's also lower taxes. Those things have to be brought up the priority scale, it seems to me, for this White House, so that it isn't just all negative news all the time. There's also positive things coming out.
Yeah, it's a great point. And the other thing that the president noted to me was the fact that he's bringing wealth back to America. And that's very important. He views that as one of the most important items that will be a catalyst for growth. He has already lured investors and companies to the tune of $2 trillion of new money that has gone into this economy already. Commitments of $2 trillion. The president also told me about American agriculture. It will be better off under his leadership. Watch this.
The farmers never did better than when I was president. Now, this is a very different thing for the farmers. Here, the farmers are going to make their money at home because they're not going to be able to dump all this stuff from, in many cases, dirty stuff, but they're not going to dump it into our country. The farmers can make it and sell it locally as opposed to going and selling it overseas to China. It's very different, but there'll ultimately be more money for the farmer than there was even before. But the sad part, when Biden was president, he didn't press China to buy the product. They agreed to buy $50 billion worth of product a year, and they were doing it. And then when he came in, they didn't do it.
Remember, he did that deal with China, Kenny, and they were keeping up their part of the bargain until Joe Biden got into office. Then they stopped.
Right. It's unbelievable, right? But to his point and to this interview, which was great, it's going to take time, right? The country needs to know. Investors need to understand that. So the uncertainty is what's causing the volatility. But like Liz said, I think this is a great move. All the other stuff has to be accentuated. Investors have to stop accentuating the negatives and start accentuating all the positives that are going to come out of this.
Yeah, what do you think, Cheryl, real quick?
Maria, your interview is still making headlines, and it was last night because the president aboard Air Force One was asked about his hesitation with you when you asked him about the recession, and his response was, of course, you hesitate, but who knows? As you mentioned with the president, the markets are waking up again. We're going to have to see how the tariff and the recession story plays out. But as you've mentioned many times, Atlanta Fed is looking at a potential recession, at least first quarter growth at being negative 1.5%, which you've repeatedly mentioned. And again, congratulations on the interview, Maria.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody keeps saying he's destroying American relationships abroad. Yet, people are bringing billions of dollars into the United States to invest. Japan, everybody's investing in the United States. So what are you talking about?
So much. I mean, look, we're watching growth and we're watching these tariffs, and that's why the market is selling off again this morning, because the president said they may go up over time. Markets have to get comfortable with his plans. Build it in America is his plan, and creating growth from the jobs created. Dow Industrials down 364. Let's slip in a short break and then come right back at it.
Right back at it. Oh, not about all that. Oh, wait.
All right, 4 minutes now after the hour. Let's talk about what this today is. We always talk about the first 100 days. What about the first 50 days? Because the president, even his biggest detractors have to admit, is accomplishing a ton of things. Also, the world is not slowing down with a myriad of challenges, which he was taking on over the weekend. Has an emissary dealing with Hamas in Gaza, has a letter he's sending out to Iran, which is pretty much an ultimatum. At the same time, a delegation to Saudi Arabia to try to bring peace with Ukraine and Russia. And then there's just the things that he's doing because it's an agenda. His agenda he wants to do, and that is change the direction of our economy, make us less of an import economy, and start making things here. There's a huge transition in our economic focus right now.
So there's a long list of what the president's been able to accomplish right now, starting with the slashing the billions in waste via DOGE. He declared a national emergency on the U.S.-Mexico border. I mean, if you just look at the border.
That's the biggest success.
It is just, I mean, you can't deny it, whether you love them or hate them, the border is secure right now. He sent troops to the border as well, and he released got the release of the dozens of the Israeli hostages.
Yeah, that is wonderful, seeing those images of them coming home and hugging their parents and their loved ones. Very emotional. Also, the expansion of oil and gas production in the United States, set tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China to bring business back here to America, signed executive order banning trans athletes from women's sports teams, and signed an executive order expanding access of IVF. Remember, the Democrats said, oh, he's going to take away IVF rights? Well, no, he's expanding
Makes it more affordable.
Exactly. Changed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, just to name a few.
Right. The last one caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
But it's
on that poster.
But it's kind of cool. Yes.
I hate to pivot from the talking point, but the men in women's sports. I am surprised that is still a story. We saw it over the weekend where the new senator from Michigan, Alyssa Slotkin, who gave the speech, could not say that men should not be involved with it. The president is winning. It's like an 80-20 issue. And she says, leave it up to the locals. And he's dominating on that. I would say, as it relates to the two things that he's gaining more and more traction from, it is what he did at the border and this issue alone. There's still some stuff to fix with the economy, but those two issues have been winners.
Yeah, the whole tariff thing's got to be worked out. I think a little bit of a steady overhand, but the focus, I get it. Listen, we're going to start making things here. I thought Sean Fain over the weekend, who runs a major union that spoke out at the DNC,
right.
Over the weekend, he said, I support what Trump's doing. And I go back to when Ross Perot sat on that stage with Al Gore and or had a debate on Larry King with Al Gore, who was vice president at the time. And Al Gore said, I talked to 5 Nobel laureates. I talked to every economy. It's if you have NAFTA and these free trade, you're going to see millions of jobs come to America. Ross Perot sat there and he says, I remember being 23 years old. I watched it and he said, no, there's going to be a giant sucking sound of jobs leaving America. There was a job. That's how it happened, and it was underlined in the pandemic when it turns out we didn't make anything. We didn't make masks. Yeah, we didn't make anything. So what President Trump is doing is saying the incentives, the tariffs. I'm gradually changing the world to bring things back here. Could be short term, it could be painful, but that's the major restructuring we're witnessing, and the workers appreciate it. If not immediately, eventually. Yeah. It's long term.
Well, the first 50 days have been incredible. You saw that list. Those are just a few of the things that he's accomplished.
It's been 50 days, and of course, Fox definitely hypes the OG up. But of course, CNN says nobody's approving of Trump's cut to the federal deficit and the wasteful spending and the scam and the fraudulent transactions that has been going on, and that the Department of Government Efficiency has been uncovering for a couple of weeks now. But different folks, so different strokes for different folks.
over the last 50 days. And everyone talks about the first 100 days. And we know that the media is just ready to pounce on him, right? So there's an article in the New York Times and some other networks saying that Elon Musk is clashing with the cabinet secretaries. You know, they're going to have disagreements, probably, but Elon's providing the numbers saying from an economic standpoint, this is where we need to cut so that we can get our debt lower. And then the department heads are saying, hold on, you know, we're listening to you, Elon, we're trying to make cuts, but let us do it in our own terms. So they're having these discussions. They had a cabinet meeting on Thursday, and then these headlines come out that Elon and Marco Rubio are clashing, that Marco Rubio said 1,500 people took early retirement buyouts with the State Department. That would count as layoffs. So we've already cut 1,500 jobs. And they're saying that those two were clashing in the meeting. President Trump was asked about it over the weekend, and he said this is completely fake news. And he talked about how Doge has been able to work with his team. This was Donald Trump on Air Force One yesterday. Listen.
Well, I don't think the tensions are high. Look, Elon's a very special person, and these cabinet people are special people. You know, these are very successful people, or they wouldn't have gotten, you know, they've attained the highest heights of government. And I think they have a fantastic relationship to Elon. And Doge has been incredible. You know, hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse has been already found. And that doesn't mean they don't have a little bit of an argument here and there about something, or maybe personal arguments. There's not too many contract arguments. You know, contracts have been found. This is much more than just personnel. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraudulent contracts, or very wasteful. But I think fraud. I think it's fraud.
I think you're right, Ainsley, about the media waiting for something to cause division. First of all, you got a cabinet that all have strong personalities. They're all successful in their right. And you have Elon Musk, who is the world's richest man, a smart guy. They're going to disagree on some things, and they're going to duke it out. And I think for the media, they want to create a distraction for this administration. I don't think it's going to work. And I think the president is right. I'm going to allow the cabinet members to do what they need to do. If they can't make the necessary cuts, then I'm going to send Elon in.
Thanks to the leadership of Senator John Thune, they got their cabinet secretaries in place in record time. They got to start now with the undersecretaries and the ambassadors, especially in Israel. But it actually happened. There was an explosive meeting behind closed doors. Elon went after Marco Rubio directly. Rubio took it, then fired back. It also clashed with Sean Duffy. Sean's like, what are you doing in my department? You can't cut air traffic controllers. And he said, I'm not. He goes, no, you're not, but your people are. Can't do that. This is, to me, as healthy as it gets.
Yes.
Trump watched the whole thing, by all reports, watched the whole thing going on and go, okay, enough. Here's what we're doing. Cabinet secretaries will handle personnel. But you have to check in every 2 weeks. And if you're not doing it, you're going to have to deal with Doge, who's going to deal with me. So we have a system in place. Anybody who goes through any moment in history where you just want to open up a book and get a perspective on what Reagan did or Woodrow Wilson did, you find out about all these clashes.
That's right.
It doesn't mean either side is wrong. It means different opinions about doing things with one objective, making successful. And if you are an egomaniac doing it for the wrong reasons, those are the ones who are short-lived. To me, I love the way this came out because they all have the same objective.
That's right.
It's the methods. And then they just going to go on to a different system. President showed great leadership. Let these guys fight it out in front of you, see their perspective, and that's when you find out who's got the stronger argument.
That's right.
When you begin to melt. Well, other cabinet secretaries didn't.
Elon and Marco Rubio were dining with the president together at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday, and Elon Musk is going to be on Larry Kudlow's show on Fox Business today at 4 p.m. I'm sure Larry will ask him about this, and we'll hear what he has to say.
Can I just say that I know this may be shocking to some because the last 4 years you had scripted cabinet meetings.
Nothing.
And then they're like asking questions. You had to submit your questions to the cabinet before everything was done with PowerPoint. We're back to doing business like it should be done. That means there's going to be some spirited debate with the leaders of the country.
I don't think Elon wants any sympathy, but in listening to, it takes forever to get through a Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah.
It's like 3 hours. But I got to the point yesterday when they were talking about the death threats he's under. So he says not only did 2 people get captured going to get him before he was even a Trump supporter, but he says since that time the death threats are just flowing in. And then you see in New York City, the Tesla showroom, you're trying to sell a car for a living. In New York City, probably a lucrative thing, an electric car, chanting, "We want clean air." Right? You idiots. It's an electric car. And then you go in and start being ripped out. So now
I want to go buy I want to go buy a Tesla car, but I don't want to get involved in all the turmoil. Europeans have stopped buying Teslas. The stock's taking a pounding. Please tell me how Elon's doing anything but trying to help the government.
Elon is going to feel the heat. I mean, he better get ready. He better get ready. A lot of lawsuits, a lot of hounding from left and right, worldwide, people who oppose Trump, a lot of people who don't like Trump. He has associated himself with a very, very controversial figure. So, good thing he is the wealthiest human being alive financially, so he could take the heat, at least, you know. So let's see if he can take it up here too, you know, because the media can really mess you up. But let's see if he can take it up here. But financially, he should be able to take it. Mm-hmm.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Sunday. Two great guests tonight. We have Senator Ted Cruz and Gadi Taub. I want to introduce you to him, an Israeli historian who's going to provide us with some really fascinating information. But before we go to them, you know, when I was growing up, Sunday nights were very important. They're important for the family. They were really wonderful times. A little apprehension. School was the next day, but we'd gather around the TV from time to time, and we would watch some of the best television that existed. I remember watching Milton Friedman and Free to Choose and Firing Line with Bill Buckley and so many other great shows. They taught me so much. Thomas Sowell, I remember being introduced to Ronald Reagan. Again, so much. I try to use this show, not identically to that. I mean, I'm not one of the greats like they were. But I try and reach a little deeper, so you're not just getting basically what you've gotten all week, which is wonderful, but you don't need it from me. What am I talking about? When I watched President Trump's outstanding speech, and then I watched the reaction from the Democrats, I was thinking to myself, as you were, what a bunch of children, what a bunch of immature individuals. And then I got to thinking more. These are elected representatives to the House of Representatives. They have voters. It's about half the body of the House of Representatives. How can it be that we, you and I, see things so differently than they do? How is that possible? That we see things one way and they and their press see it a completely different way. So I thought, tonight, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. We have a completely different and even opposite idea of power and of the law. Stick with me on this. I think you'll find it somewhat intriguing. So I thought, well, what are these differences? Why do they hate you and me so much? Why do they call President Trump Hitler? Why do they call us neo-Nazis? Why do they attack the real originalists on the Supreme Court? Why do they attack the Constitution with 1619 Project and CRT? They use racism every other word. They use Hitler every other word. What is with these people? Because they are trying to build something that does not exist. They're trying to build something that is ideological and based on an ideology that is not the basis of our own founding. So it comes down to law and power, ultimately government. They exercise power through the law. For us, law is exercised to contain power. They skirt, usurp, alter the Constitution because it provides barriers to what they want to do. So they attack the people who wrote it. They smear them. They reject the document itself. Of course, except when they want to rave it around to attack Donald Trump, but they reject it. We adhere to the Constitution, its intent and its purpose. They believe in an ever-expanding bureaucracy. That's why they attack Elon Musk and President Trump, who are trying to reduce the cost of government, bring efficiencies to government, to try and ensure that this nation isn't bankrupt. They believe in an ever-expanding bureaucracy, so any evidence of waste, fraud, and abuse to them is an effort to knock down what they've built and what they intend to build. You and I, in our Constitution, We believe in a limited government. We believe that you and I in the civil society should have as much room to operate as possible, not the government. They believe in infinite rules and regulations. They don't believe in cutting regulations. They don't believe in pulling back the regulators. You and I, we believe in minimal red tape. That the individual, the entrepreneur, the innovator, the developer, the producer, people should be free within a big circle of freedom to operate and function. They believe in infinite rules and regulations to coerce, to control, and to decide what people should be doing. For them, the law becomes the source of power, so they have to usurp and skirt the Constitution, which is a document that divides powers. But they want power. The more good they think they can do in a perverse way. The more they can do. The more power they can get. The more laws they can pass. The more regulations they can issue. We believe the law exists to maintain and nurture the civil society that we live in. Not to empower the government to devour the civil society, but to maintain and nurture the civil society. They believe the law empowers the few in the name of the many. The ruling class, Washington, D.C., the bureaucrats. We're a massive nation, vast resources, a diverse people with all kinds of backgrounds and interests and so forth and so on. But they believe the law empowers a relative few, the ruling class primarily, in the name of all of us. We believe the law protects the many, the people, against the few. See, we have completely divergent viewpoints. They believe the law is made and laid down by man and a relative few men. By that I mean the people who are in power. This is critical. We believe the origin of law is transcendent, eternal, universal. They believe man lays down the law, that it is the brainchild of men. We believe the origin of law is bigger than man. That's what the Declaration of Independence says. The laws of nature and nature's God. Talks about the divine and the creator. Doesn't matter what religion you hold, doesn't matter what faith you are, doesn't matter if you hold any. The origin is bigger than we, the people. It's bigger than mankind. That's not what they believe. They believe the world begins today, and they're in charge. They're in Congress, or they have the presidency, or they have the courts. And they make the law today, and they lay it down, the law, and the law is the law because they say it's the law. And so you can never have enough laws. They believe the law is to be used to empower government, which power is to be used to rejigger society, re-engineer human nature. So first, the perfectibility of government, then the perfectibility of the people. So there is no limit to what can be spent. The more you spend, the bigger the government, the more laws, the more rules, the closer we get to utopia, the promised land. And the closer we can make man more perfectible to do what men should do and women should do, according to the few. We believe the law is to reflect, undergird, and secure the unalienable rights and the liberty of each individual. We believe in the supremacy of the family, the just and moral traditions and institutions of mankind, learned through experience and reason and passed on from one generation to the next. They don't believe that. They believe the government dispenses and disperses rights. We believe rights come before government. The government exists to uphold and secure our unalienable rights. They believe the individual can only fully realize his potential through the so-called public interest. Who decides that? A relative handful of people. What's best? They get this from Rousseau and Hegel and Marx, among others. We believe the individual is the sovereign, that the government isn't the sovereign, we the individual. The government exists to protect the individual, and it exists at the behest of the people. We, the sovereign. Where do we get that from? Locke, Montesquieu, the framers, and so many more. They believe a divided government with separation of powers as our Constitution provides. is a dysfunctional government, incapable of serving the needs of a quickly evolving modern country. Decision-making must be centralized and made by a class of experts and masterminds or specially educated and trained civil servants to determine not only what's best for the country, but that the decision or the policies are enforced throughout the country. Woodrow Wilson and many of the early scholars, late 1800s and early 1900s, of the so-called progressive movement, the early American Marxists, this is what they preached. We believe a divided government with separation of powers, as Montesquieu argued, as Locke argued, and Aristotle argued, is best suited to protect the rights and the liberties of the individual, their free will, and the knowledge, experience, and expertise that flows from their interactions into the whole of society. So the pieces make the whole. The whole doesn't control the pieces. People are imperfect. Therefore, they must be controlled. Not by a just law, not by a representative government. They must be controlled. This is their belief. They must be controlled by a relative handful of people who know what they're doing, who know what's best. We don't know how they know what's best or how they know what they're doing, but they know what they're doing. Why? Because they've managed to gain power. They're congressmen, they're senators, they're judges. Maybe it's a Democrat president. They know better. They know what they're doing, and they have input from masterminds, academia, so-called scientific experts. Not the rabble, not the people, the so-called masses, the workers. It's interesting, the party of the bourgeoisie proletariat narrative, Marxism, the bourgeoisie, the wealthy, the managers, the proletariat, the workers, the less wealthy. Actually, they have their own notion of Marxism, but they just don't realize it. It's not an economic or material form of Marxism. It's a power form of Marxism. That is, a managing handful of elites, self-appointed, self-aggrandizing elites, manage we the people, the proletariat. Think about that. We believe that people are also imperfect. Therefore, more power in the hands of fewer and fewer imperfect people is tyranny. Is tyranny. The concentration of imperfection creates tyranny. People become power hungry. It is an opportunity for evil people to do evil things. So when you look at what took place on the floor of the House of Representatives when Donald Trump gave that fantastic speech, you're watching the Democrats, you were disgusted. But these people, despite their clownish behavior, despite their little signs, despite their ignorance, they are very serious people. They are power hungry. They are power hungry people. That's why they're furious. That's why they're angry. They don't believe they should lose elections. That's why they've created permanent parts of the government that are bigger than the elected parts, the bureaucracy. That's why they appoint people to the bench who believe they should be more powerful than the President of the United States. And so we have these activist federal district judges, appellate judges, and a handful of Supreme Court judges. They reject the American system. They embrace an alien system, an alien ideology, an alien notion of good versus evil, an alien notion of what power should be and what it shouldn't be, and an alien notion of a just law. That's why they're angry. That's why they act out. That's why this past election was so crucial, was existential. And that
We got to give it to the OG. Mark Levin for sure says the facts. Some people don't like him, but I find him interesting. And it comes with effects as well. It comes with effects. All right, how you guys doing? Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships, ladies and gentlemen. All right, what do we want to talk about right now? I feel like Tom Homan has done a great job with the border, for sure. The border czar. All right, let's see. And I think it's high time everybody comes together and realize that this is one America, okay? It shouldn't be a divided America. This is one America. All right? Can we do that? Republicans, Democrat, whoever you are, whoever you support, can we just come together and say, you know what? I didn't vote for you, but it is what it is. You won. I'm going to support you. Okay. I'm going to make sure I do everything in my power to help you succeed, not make your life harder. So the mayor of DC for sure had sort of like a order from the president saying that she should clean up DC from the, I don't want to say dirty, but you know, people who don't have homes and stuff on the streets and just all of that stuff. So she has been cleaning up DC. She has been cleaning up DC heavy. Okay, really heavy. Oh, look at this right here. Okay, so there's this speech right here. Vice President J.D. Vance speaks to National League of Cities Congressional City Conference in DC. There's so many events in DC. Look, fun facts. I would like to live in DC for like a year, for like 1 year. I visited DC one time. Where did that go? I think I want to shoot a video. I can't remember. But I was in DC and it was so much fun. Like, it was pretty clean to me. It wasn't dirty. Traffic was crazy for sure. And so many beautiful scenery. I want to live in DC for like a year. Like 1 year. Just enjoy the scenery of DC. And to be close to the White House.
Please, please.
Yo,
please take a
JD.
seat. It's good to see everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you all for having me. Thank you to Councilman Kramer for the kind introduction. I was talking with him backstage a little bit. My wife and I both love the city of Louisville, and have spent a lot of time there. So thank you for being here. It means a lot, and thanks for the kind words. And I'd say to all of you, whenever I was in the Senate and I welcomed a group from Ohio, and I know you guys represent the entire country or cities and municipalities all over the country, I would always just say, enjoy the town because it is your city. And I think that Washington is a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place to spend a few days. I know you guys have some work to do, but I also think it's important to get out there and see the people's city. It was built with your tax dollars. I think these incredible buildings and museums are supported by all of you and, of course, by all the people that you represent. And so I hope you enjoy your time in Washington, D.C. So I know you're all busy, and I know it's never easy to come here to Washington, especially on a Monday. So I appreciate the effort involved in getting here. And I also appreciate the mission of this conference. The work you all do back home is extremely important. Most Americans, of course, they interact with their state and local governments far more regularly than they do their federal government, and that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way the Constitution sets it up. We know that good government starts at the local level. So while those of us in Washington certainly take up most of the press attention, and we do that whether we want to or not, I want to acknowledge the enormous impact local governments have on the lives of our great American citizens. Now, the Trump administration believes in the wisdom of federalism and leaving local issues to local officials. But we all also recognize the importance of supporting and collaborating with all of you, because so many of the issues that you deal with, of course, implicate local issues, but state issues and federal issues as well. And one area of shared interest between President Trump and I think every single person in this room is the importance of providing good housing for our citizens at a reasonable and affordable cost. And I have to say, I'm hard-pressed to think of a time in my 40 years of life where it's been so hard for normal American citizens to afford a home. Even renting a home has become a challenge, or worse yet, fallen completely out of reach for so many of our families. I was talking with a relative a couple of years ago, and she just made kind of an offhanded observation. As a younger person than I am, she was looking to buy her first home and just mentioned that when her parents were growing up, they could afford a nice home on a single middle-class income. And she was sort of mentioning this as a sorrowful thing. She was sad that that wasn't true for her generation. And I think all of us in this room, certainly including me, have a little bit more work to do, I think, to make housing more affordable. I want to talk about that because I think it's the issue where our interests in some ways are most aligned with the people in this room.
Yeah, you better be.
I read recently that the average income it takes to buy a new house is nearly 2 times the average salary of your typical American family. Not the average American worker, but the combined incomes of a husband and wife, and that's just not acceptable or sustainable in the United States of America. We want Americans to be able to afford the American dream of homeownership because we know that when people own their homes, it makes them a stakeholder. It makes them a stakeholder in their neighborhoods, in their cities, and ultimately, of course, in this country that all of us love so much. We want our citizens to feel that investment in their own country, and it's hard. It's hard to feel that investment if you feel like you can't even own a slice of it, even if that's what you want to do. Now, on a more basic level, we don't want people living paycheck to paycheck. We don't want them to make trade-offs between a trip to the grocery store and meeting next month's rent. Because even if you don't yet own a home, or even if you don't ever want to own a home, the knowledge that if you work hard and spend wisely, eventually you'll be able to afford a nice place to live, that goes, I think, a very long way to giving people a sense that they belong here and a sense that they have a stake in the future. Now, there are some important reasons why that belief is dwindling among Americans today. And a lot of it, of course, comes from the historic inflation that this country has dealt with over the last 4 years. Now, under the previous administration, get a little bit political, the cost of a median price home in America more than doubled, and that was just in 4 years. And if your salary didn't keep pace with inflation and rise 20%, your buying power took even a bigger hit. And of course, if you think about this, if the price of a home doubles and the price and your actual salary doesn't double, then you're a lot worse off. And we know that most Americans did not see their salary double over the last 4 years. So it's no surprise that home sales hit a 30-year low in 2024. Now, another reason for the elevating costs comes down to zoning. And the reality, as you all know, is that zoning is an area where federal authority is actually quite limited. And I'm sure none of you want the federal government in the business of mandating how cities and towns handle local laws, and that's certainly not what we want to do either. But I would ask everyone in this room is to be good partners with us, and certainly partners with your citizens, and think about how we can improve the costs of the costs of housing for our citizens. And I think one of the ways that we're going to have to do that is by being a little bit smarter about our local zoning rules. And in particular, when I think about zoning, I can't help but think about it without, of course, the communities that I know best, which are those that I represented in the state of Ohio. And, Columbus, Ohio in particular, I assume we've got some Columbus people here. And, Columbus is a boomtown in so many ways. I've got, relatives and family members who live there, who love Columbus. It's a magnet because it's had so much economic development. But one of the things that I worry about when I look at a city like Columbus or Miami, which became a boom town during the COVID years, is the unaffordability of housing. And we've got to fix that. If we actually want these places to be magnets, not just for jobs and investment, but also the dreams of our young people, we've got to actually make it easier to build homes. And in particular, I think the city of Austin has done a pretty interesting job, because in Austin, you saw this massive increase of people moving in. The cost of housing skyrocketed, but then Austin implemented some pretty smart policies, and that brought down the cost of housing. And it's one of the few major American cities where you see the cost of housing leveling off or even coming down. Now, the Trump administration has taken important steps to make building cheaper and to boost the supply of housing. Now, of course, it's going to take time, but this is a day one issue for our entire team from the president on down. On his first day in office, the president issued an executive order making it a priority to bring down prices for new buyers. Now, part of that will come from slashing needless regulations, which, according to some estimates, account for about 25% of a new single-family build today. We've also seen Secretary Turner, our great Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, he's working hard on this issue, cutting some of the Biden rules at HUD that hike costs and shifted decision-making from local governments to Washington, D.C. And Secretaries Burgum and Wright, and certainly Administrator Zeldin at the EPA, are putting in important work to bring down the cost of energy, which is, of course, a critical input to the cost of building a home, to say nothing, of course, of heating one and keeping its lights on. But I actually want to focus on something a little bit different, because I think this is one of the areas where what the Trump administration can do and has done is going to be one of the major drivers of bringing down the cost of housing. Now, local zoning, regulations, the cost of energy, these things are about the supply of housing. How do we get more houses out there to be built? But I think it's important to talk about the demand side of the housing market. And so much of what we're doing in the Trump administration when it comes to the immigration issue is framed about law enforcement, about reducing fentanyl coming into our communities. And that is true. That is a big part of why we're doing what we're doing at the border. But when we talk about housing and why costs are so high, we don't talk enough about demand. And one of the drivers of increased housing demand, we know, is that we've got a lot of people over the last 4 years who have come into the country illegally. And that's something we have to work on, preventable spike in the demand for housing. And that is what we, of course, have seen, because while we made it a little bit hard to build homes in this country over the last 4 years, we've also, unfortunately, made it way too easy for people to compete against American citizens for the precious homes that are in our country to begin with. Now, I'll say this, it's actually not just an American problem either. If you go to Canada, where because of their laws and regulations, they've seen a massive increase in the number of people who have come into their country. You go to the United Kingdom, you go across the world, and you see a very consistent relationship between a massive increase in immigration and a massive increase in housing prices. And we have to be honest about that. Well, I see one of our nice representatives out here wants to actually, I guess, continue to flood the country with illegal immigrants, making your communities and citizens unaffordable. But, ma'am, with all respect, one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing is because we want to make it more affordable for Americans to live. That is one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing. Now, last week, I visited the southern border, and we decided to check in on what's going on there at the southern border. And of course, like I said earlier, you often hear about immigration enforcement as about crime and about drug trafficking, and that is a big part of it. I was at Eagle Pass, and I was talking to local border control down there, and they told me that in just a matter of weeks, their small part of the border had gone from 1,500 daily encounters to less than 30. And again, that's in a matter of weeks. That's just a simple matter of common sense border enforcement. That matters. Thank you. And let's talk about why it matters. I mentioned housing. But one of the things I heard down there, I was talking to the mayor in that community, and he said it's incredibly stressful on local resources. It's stressful on their local hospitals. It's stressful on their local schools to have this massive increase. And so while, look, I recognize there's a diversity of opinions here, clearly there is, I also think it's important to be honest about those disagreements, to acknowledge those disagreements, but to say that the reason why we care about border security is because we want your communities to be safer, we want them to be more affordable, we want there to be less drugs in our country, and we want your citizens to be able to live the American dream. It is the birthright of every single one of our citizens, and we're going to fight for it every single day. So, with all due respect for some of the disagreements in opinion, I'd say we welcome disagreements. We want to talk about those disagreements, but we also have to respect the law in the United States of America. And I can tell. And I can tell you that, yes, of course, you're going to disagree with some of our policies. That's okay. Come and tell us when you disagree with our policies, and we'll have a conversation about it. Maybe don't shout it in front of 2,000 people. I can't even hear what you're saying, sir. But importantly, on this question of immigration, we have to recognize that, yes, you can disagree with some of the laws that are in place. You can disagree with the enforcement of those laws. You can even vote for people who want to change those laws. But while we have immigration laws on the books, we will enforce them, and we expect our local municipalities to help us. So it will be the policy of the Trump administration to enforce the nation's laws, and it will be the policy of the Trump administration to say that it is not up to local cities to choose which federal laws that they're going to enforce. It's important. We can't do immigration enforcement with sanctuary cities. We've got to have everybody respecting the law, and that is going to be one of the major policy focuses, of course, of the Trump administration, and it already has been. And I want to just say one final point about this issue of housing and of the strains that immigration and illegal immigration in particular put on our housing stock. We know from economists that blue-collar folks are often those who face the biggest cuts in wages and in services when you have communities overwhelmed by illegal immigration. I come from a blue-collar family. And I think one of the main drivers is that we need to be able to give our citizens, black, white, or whatever skin color, whatever belief system that they have, if you are an American citizen, you deserve to have a government at the local, city, and federal level that fights for the American dream for you. And we've seen.
Thanks.
And we've seen, yes, over the Biden administration, but let's be honest, over 40 years of American policy, we've seen a lot of our blue-collar Americans, urban and rural, struggling to afford a home, struggling to raise their kids in safe communities, struggling to look to the future with hope and optimism. And so, with all respect for policy disagreements, I think that one thing that unites us in this room is that we want to give our blue-collar people in the United States of America a shot at the American dream again. We may disagree about how exactly to do it, but let's do it together. Let's fight for our people together, and let's reinvigorate the American dream for the American citizen once again.
All right, now.
And let me close here with just an acknowledgement here that I know you guys have some of the hardest jobs in government, Democrat, Republican, or nonpartisan. You guys are the ones, of course, who fix the potholes. You guys are the ones that make sure our local police have the funding that they need, our local firefighters are able to do the incredible job that they do. So I just want to let you know, from the Trump administration, from the president, the vice president, and everybody else, we respect what you do. We're impressed by you. We think you guys are doing a great job, and we want to make sure that you have a presidential administration that is making your lives easier and not harder. So please consider our administration one with an open door. Please come to us when you have issues. Even if you don't like what we're doing on the policy, you guys have got to be able to come and talk to us. So keep doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing. Enjoy the rest of your time in Washington. God bless you guys, and thank you for doing the great job.
Shout out to the Vice President, J.D. Vance. What do you guys think about him? You think it's good? Think he's doing a good job? Yeah, I think he's doing a great job. So far, I think he's doing a good job. OG Trump. People are getting deported, ladies and gentlemen. People are getting deported. All right, Stacey Abrams. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. First of all, independent fact checkers have repeatedly said that what I was accused of is just wrong. It is false. It is not true. But let's understand why. It's because I deliver for Americans. I do the work I believe I should do. I lowered utility bills. I helped stand up programs that will lower utility bills across the country if this country does what it's supposed to do. I registered voters, not respective of party. In Georgia, you can't register people based on party. I registered them. They showed up, and more people registered. As long as we are active in our democracy, as long as we refuse to let anyone tell us that our citizenship is not sacrosanct, then we can save our country from whomever, be it in the White House or outside, tries to take it from us.
And for clarity's sake, you were an advisor on that Renewing America program, which went into place, 9 months before the Biden administration, handed over the White House to the Trump administration?
It's a program that went through all of the requisite legal requirements, but I was an advisor to one of the partners, and I have not been paid by, nor have I been involved in. And please, I encourage folks to look it up. It's been debunked multiple times. But they're going to keep saying it because it's easier to distract from people like me who are delivering and doing the work than it is to be accountable for the work that's not being done, like lowering economic prices in this country.
And that was helping to weatherize homes
in
rural communities, and many of whom might be households of Trump supporters.
Exactly. It's going to lower prices, which is what we say we want. But if we can't get the work done because the leadership of this country refuses to let it happen, then Americans have to demand that our prices be lowered without our standards and our values being lowered.
Man, the Democrats, smooth operators.
So now
Canadians, for the Canadians watching, okay? Because I love you guys. I love Canadians, okay? I love everybody, okay? Canadians, this is for you. Canadians, brothers and sisters, this is for you, okay? Vote for this guy. Vote for this guy. Or face some really tough situations.
And now our Liberal friends, after they've caused all this damage, are going to pull a sneaky trick tonight. They're going to try to get elected for a fourth term. By replacing Justin Trudeau with his economic advisor, Mark Carney. Carney's advice drove up taxes, housing costs, and food prices, while he personally profited from moving billions of dollars and thousands of jobs out of Canada to the United States. Working for Trudeau, Carney made Canada weaker and poorer. Working for himself, Carney made the United States richer and stronger. And for the first time in our history, Canada will have a sneaky prime minister with millions of dollars of financial interests that go directly against our national interest. And make no mistake, Donald Trump will have a big smile on his face as he exploits all of Carney's many conflicts to attack Canadian workers and Canadian jobs. But we Conservatives won't let either of them do it. We will put Canada first. Thank you. We will put Canada first by bringing it home. This is the Bring It Home rally. Now, let me explain what that means. We've had a great Canada First rally already. And bringing it home is how you put Canada first. You see, what we've seen over the last 10 years of the Trudeau-Carney Liberals is that they've raised taxes, blocked projects, hammered our small businesses, all with the idea of driving money and jobs out of Canada. Now, a small group of economic elites have gotten fabulously rich, filling their pockets, as our working class communities have been devastated. Resource towns look like ghost towns. People have fallen into hopelessness and become addicted to drugs. This approach that sells out our country has allowed for China to send fentanyl into our communities, killing 50,000 people. Bringing it home means that we're going to crack down on the drugs, we're going to secure our borders, we're going to reinvigorate our economy, we're going to bring our resource sector roaring back to life, and we're going to allow our working class to thrive again. It's bring it home. Bring it home. Thank you. We'll start by bringing home lower prices. As you've seen, over the last 10 years, inflation has run rampant. The cause is very clear. Rampant government money printing to finance out-of-control deficits. The Carney-Trudeau Liberals have nearly doubled the cost of government and doubled the national debt. Now they can't borrow all that money, so they had to print it. Mark Carney famously said, "Don't worry about inflation," that we had to be worried about deflation. His concern was that prices might actually go down. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing? Maybe for him. His CEO said that the CEO of his company said inflation was good for Brookfield. Of course it is. When billionaires see their assets inflate, they get richer. Meanwhile, the working class sees the purchasing power of their paychecks go down. It's a transfer of wealth from the have-nots to the have-yachts. This is elite economics that Mark Carney has come to incarnate. He calls himself a globalist and an elitist, and he's right about both of those things. But here in Canada, we're going to protect the purchasing power of your money by getting rid of the money-printing deficits. We will cut bureaucracy, consultants, corporate welfare, and foreign aid to bring down deficits, taxes, and inflation for you.
Yep. Elections. I don't like election times. Everybody just start going crazy. All right, let's see what's going on. The border.
Texas Congressman Chip Roy and Texas DPS spokesperson and Roy's guest to Trump's address, Lieutenant Chris Olivares. Lieutenant Olivares, I'd like to start with you because you've got the hands-on experience here. We saw the mess at the border the last 4 years. We saw people coming into this country illegally in the millions. We saw fentanyl crossing the border illegally. We saw the cartels taking advantage of the situation. And lo and behold, he's only been in office about 5 weeks, and he's pretty much shut that border down.
Well, absolutely. Jackie, Jason, great to be with you this evening. And also, I just want to first say off, I'm very thankful for Congressman Roy for inviting me today to be at the presidential's address to Congress. It's a historic moment for me to be here to represent the state of Texas, represent the Texas Department of Public Safety, and also represent our governor in Texas as well. As you know, I've been on your show, numerous times, and we talked about the border situation the last 4 years and how Texas has been at the forefront. And if it wasn't for, Governor Abbott launching our operation in the last 4 years, there's no telling how much more damage we would continue to experience now that we're seeing. But going back to your question, it's been day and night. Come January 21st, we saw a significant decline in illegal border crossings where just right now, daily, we're averaging anywhere between 200 to 300 illegal border crossings across the entire southwest border. You look at last year when we're dealing with thousands that were coming across. So what's happening right now, we have strong leadership and also support. Congressman Roy has been a very strong advocate for Texas and what we're doing. And that's what matters right now is having that support. And because of that, we've been able to secure the border much more than it's been before.
Yeah, it's amazing, Congressman Roy, that, cooperation, working collaboratively with the local law enforcement, what that'll bring with you. But boy, I would have thought Kamala Harris, the border czar, would be jumping up and down because obviously climate change has been solved. That was the root cause of what was bringing all these people across the border. And that must be what happened. What's the sea change in difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
Yeah, well, thanks, guys. First, it's great to have Chris here as my guest. I'm so proud of the work he's done and the DPS troopers across South Texas who have been standing in the breach when the federal government was MIA and leaving Texas and the rest of the country exposed. Greg Abbott led Operation Lone Star, got these guys down there, and they did the job. Now, thankfully, ICE and Border Patrol, to answer your question, have the full backing of the President of the United States, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and our mutual good friend, Tom Homan, who we were just visiting with about 30 minutes ago. The numbers are down to about 200 a day. That's about 6,000 a month. Keep in mind, under Biden, we had over 6,000 a day. We had as high as 10 to 11 to 12,000 a day. We're now down to 40-something gotaways. This is what happens when you enforce the law. Who knew? If you actually just enforce the law, you can get the numbers down. So now Congress needs to step up. We need to get some resources to Tom for more beds so they can have removals and repatriations. And then we can actually back the president what he's doing. But it's a new day in America with the president enforcing the law. And I hope he bigfoots Congress tonight in his speech and makes it clear Democrats left America stranded, and people like Laken Riley died because of it. People like Jocelyn Nungare died because of it. Her mom, Alexis, was my guest at the inauguration. Chris is my guest here because the border is so critical to Texas and this country.
Yeah, and one of the big issues tonight will be the border, the progress that's been made so far, but also how President Trump is going to continue to make sure that the border stays secure. So he's going to talk about the budget bill. He's going to talk about border funding. Right now, it's a little bit contentious about how he's going to get his agenda through, whether it's going to be two bills, whether it's going to be one bigger bill, a continuing resolution. We can get into all the details, but really when it comes to the border and the budget, your thoughts on what has to be in there?
Well, I was happy to work on either approach. I happen to favor the two-bill approach. I still do. We need money for the border, and we need it right now. Jason, you know how this place works. Yeah. We've now passed our bill out of the House. I was happy to work on that one. I think we got a good framework done. Credit to Jody Arrington and to working with the Speaker and our whole team. We got $2 trillion of spending restraint tied to $4.5 trillion of tax extension, but the money for the border. But here's the problem. We now have got to work that out with the Senate. We've got to actually go through the reconciliation process and identify the spending restraints. And to answer your question, I have to have the spending cuts or I'm not going to be able to move forward with that bill. And there's a bunch of my colleagues who feel that way. But we need the money for the border because the ICE guys and Homan and those guys, they need beds. So I wish we had done the two-bill approach. I still want to get them money ASAP. We could do it real quick. But I'll do whatever they want. I'll work on either approach. But we've got to deliver. The American people are tired of us not delivering. Congress needs to do that. I'm proud of what we did in the House. It cut spending, extends taxes, secures the border, modernizes the military. But now the work really begins, as you know, Jason, on how this place works.
Yeah, and it's a mess. But I'm glad you're there to help try to fix it. Lieutenant,
But every single administration talks about modernizing the military. Every single administration talks about, we're going to modernize the military. We're going to modernize the military. We're going to modernize the military. Like, but I get it though. Okay, because you got to stay ready. You got to stay ready.
I want to ask you, though, real quickly. The president's concerned that the Mexican government is not doing enough on the border with their federales and their troops and what they can do. Are you seeing any change there at the border on the Mexican side of the border?
Well, what I can tell you, we look back most recently, there was 29 cartel high-ranking members that were extradited to the United States. That is a great approach that really sends a message to Mexico and the cartels that the U.S. does mean business and that we are going to hold them accountable for their actions. But of course, we need to force Mexico to do the negotiations as well to actually crack down, do their part to crack down on the cartels, use their military to crack down on the cartels. Because until then, we're going to continue seeing more drugs pour across that border. We're going to see more victims as a result of the cartel violence. So that's what we need to focus on right now. The designation is also a great step in the right direction, but also we need to do more at the federal level, but also getting Mexico to do their part as well.
Well, and if I might add, I would add that the designation of the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations was really important. That was one of the first bills I introduced in February of 2019. I'm so glad the president did that and worked with a lot of experts in Texas about why that's so important.
It is important. And Jackie, if I can jump in here, I want to follow up with Congressman Roy on just the one point. Reconciliation is one thing, but Speaker Johnson suggested that they were going to do a continuing resolution, which would be the existing spending. Let me get your reaction to these comments from the Speaker.
We are working hard to do our responsibility to keep the government open. Democrats have to help negotiate this, and they've, to this point, shown no interest in finding a reasonable solution for that. We're looking to pass a clean CR.
Congressman, are you going to support a clean CR that takes spending at current levels all the way through the end of September?
Well, it sounds like Mike needs to get some hot tea. He's losing his voice. But look, here's my view. Remember that our job is to appropriate. That means we put a cap on spending. But that doesn't mean the president has to spend all of that. It is a new day. We have the president in the Oval Office. We have Russ Vought at the Office of Management and Budget. We have Elon and Doge. We have all these folks who can now make good decisions about how the dollars are spent, and they're working through to get us the cuts. I favor a CR. I know that might sound surprising. I favor a CR provided it is clean, that it is a true freeze in spending, that any anomalies are for defense, and keep spending flat. Because we put in our budget with Jody Arrington, we put in our budget flat spending in 25 and 26, and it's a critical piece of getting our budget to work. So I favor it, provided that the executive branch is going to do their part to do rescissions, impoundment, constrain the spending, reprogram it, and then get to Congress the cuts we need to put in place for the FY26 appropriations. As you know, it's March now. We've got to get those done and in place by September 30th. So for me, this buys time for Doge, keeps the lights on for them to do their work, empowers Russ Vought and the president asks for it. I'm going to back it up, but we got to deliver. We got to deliver.
That's big news because this has to be done by March 14th.
Yep.
Well, but also, doesn't a situation like that, doesn't it sort of leave everything open? Then do we just have the same conversation again in September, even though we're extended until that point? I mean, does it really resolve exactly what you want it to resolve?
Well, for me, what it would do is it would set the stage for what I tried to describe a minute ago, which is something different. Because with Russ over at OMB and Elon there, we can now see efforts to impound funding and to stop, using money the way that the past administrations have been doing it. They can restrain those dollars, identify bad spending. So, for example, USAID. Nobody thinks we should be spending $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. So let's line item that one and take it off the books. But they're still going through it. I want to give Doge time to identify all those, organize them, put it with our work we've done in the past, because we've done a lot of that, organize it and put that through the appropriations in July and jam the Democrats and make them have to deal with those bad expenditures and answer to the American people.
Congressman Chip Roy and Lieutenant Chris Olivares, thank you. Thank you for your service, by the way, at the border.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 2:41 a.m. And of course, um, today's date is the 11th of March, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the night or the morning. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Okay? Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. All right? Love you guys. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members, reserve guards, whatever. God bless you. Thank you for securing the homeland. And thank you guys for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being a part of the show. Your boy Genesis gotta go. And I wish you guys a wonderful night or a wonderful day at work or wherever you're watching from. And we're gonna be back here tomorrow. Okay. I got my daughter, and apparently I'm a single dad now. So world is crazy. This live is wild, but God is the greatest. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful night and stay blessed, all right? God bless you. God bless me. And God bless the United States. Love you guys.